to be able to do. But he's definitely done it well in a lot of scenarios. My favorite thing about Sniper though is this stuff that their coaches say about him and how much room he has to improve in just knowledge about the game and how like slow he is to learn stuff when they're trying to teach him stuff. They're like, oh my god, this kid, he's insane mechanics. They're like, this guy is so good. And then they'll go and they'll like explain something about a matchup or explain something about some map movement or something. And they're just talking about, yeah, and he'll just stare at you for, for like 15 seconds or something. And then go, okay, yeah, I understand. And you're not really sure, you know, is it in there? Is it not? And then he goes on stage and he just turbos on people and just solo killing people all over the place. Such an exciting player. The energy he has. He's always smiling and like dancing on people.
His reactions on the camera.
Yeah, I feel like if he is this,
his reactions are so funny.
He's this good already, and they have room to teach him a bunch of stuff. I feel like this is definitely going to be a very fun LCS career.
He's for sure super deserving of all pro. Who do you guys think for third jungle? Because that I think is where jungle gets really, really hard. Inspired River, I think
River
almost
inspired.
I'm trying
almost
to remember.
everyone, if not everyone, should have them in their top two, right? Because I think those guys are MVP candidates as well.
I think mine that I put, I was bouncing between.
I think deserves consideration. I thought he was pretty solid.
I was bouncing between three. It was Blabber, Contracts, and Umti.
Yeah.
And I kept juggling.
That's kind of where
from
I'm at.
game to game that I was thinking about. Contracts obviously has had a whole bunch of Baron steals, and Energies had even rougher than Cloud9 had it.
Yeah. Last week, obviously, again,
so it was
going way heavy on people's mind.
It was definitely between those three for me bouncing around. I can't remember which one I left it on because I kept changing.
Blabber, I feel like, as much as people are kind of negative on Cloud9 right now, he still, I think, had a solid split. He definitely didn't have a Blabber split, but like I still think he was solid. I don't know. It's tough because I do feel like MT was pretty solid for TL as well. I can't remember like a lot of like really bad games from MT or anything. I think Blabber maybe had some more funny moments that are gonna.
I mean, MT had some funny moments too when he level 2 flash over the back of Dragon Pit when he's Xin Zhao and just like runs him out of his own jungle and then gets solo killed because I think it was Boogie stayed around and killed him at Raptors or something. That was really funny. I mean. There were like I think it was a Rel game where he had some
oopsies.
Yeah, some oopsies. But again,
all three of those guys had
all those guys had some games where we're going back and like, whoa, that is a little rough.
I think I would give it to Blabber. And I think part of that might be what you're talking about before with like you take into account how good they are as a player outside of just this split.
Yeah,
because Blabber's always had this really weird phenomenon with him where, like, when he does well, it's just, it's pretty dominating. Like, he's just really solid and he just wins the game. But when he makes mistakes, he makes some of, like, the most bizarre mistakes you've ever seen. Like, there was the Maokai tower dive that went really poorly. It wasn't this split, but I remember there was one where he, like, just got 100-0'd by a Scion passive. Or just,
he just stayed there.
Yeah, there's like the crab situation. So like the mistakes he makes are they're obvious mistakes, and people will look at it and be like oh, like how could someone do that? It's such a crazy thing to do. But I feel like in a way it kind of undermines all the really good stuff he does. That's people are quieter about. So I mean, I obviously think he's a really good player. So I would put him top 3.
I think one thing in the past that he's done, he actually didn't even do it that much this split, and it turns into like a whole team thing, is they'll over chase in some situations, or they'll like turn off of an objective and really tunnel vision on charging forward, and then like they'll charge forward into a bunch of AoE or something that you would think that they would see coming, and just because we also know a lot about how he shot calls and the team is like gotta follow type of thing. Some of those things get attributed to him, where I feel like if Cloud9 are ever like over chasing or diving in like that, then those are some of the things that backfire. But yeah, he's such a good jungler.
They're also I just don't think it was really kind of Blabber meta this split. When I'm looking at the most played champions in jungle for LCS, okay, it was Vi and then Sejuani, Rel, Ivern. That's the top four picks in jungle in this split, and those are not really Blabber champs.
Milky Way's playing Kindred and Graves, and
Yeah,
Blabber's getting some
Way
Kindred
is
in there.
legit just the best player in the world right now, right? So just be him. Obviously you can play some other stuff, but yeah, it felt like in general, and also especially in the earlier and during a lot of the struggles for Cloud9, I felt like it's like Blabber's on Rel duty or he's on whatever, and that's part of the adjustment that they were obviously making post break. But I do think that kind of contributes to it as well. Contracts also, he had some great moments, like, he had these really memorable games where he's stealing Baron and stuff. But then they also had things this weekend, like the Lilia game where he gets really far ahead and then they re-invade on blue, but they re-invade without Palafox. So it's like it's partially maybe both their fault. If he's saying they should invade and Palafox maybe need to come earlier or whatever, but they end up in a 2v4 and just throw away the big advantage that they actually got in jungle in the early game. Then again, it feels like they're building towards this fight at second set of grubs where the other team had already taken the first 3 and he hadn't base prior. He had like 1,500 golden pocket. Doka had 1,500 golden pocket, and then they like force fight there, lose anyway, and don't get anything elsewhere. It's like these are things that you can attribute to a number of different things. You never know who's making the actual call, but he's obviously had some struggles I think recently as well. So it's easy to kind of like nitpick and poke away at some of the different ones. What do you guys think about mid lane? Do you guys think it's like a Jensen angle for third, or there should be someone else in there? Because it does feel like Quid and JoJo, I think for sure. Because again, I think they're MVP candidates.
I mean, I think Jensen for sure has to be top 3.
Yeah.
And Quid and JoJo are also playing really well, so I think I would probably put Jensen, Quid, JoJo.
Oh, really?
1, 2, 3. If I was doing that.
So you don't think that Quid or JoJo would be MVP candidates then?
Personally, no. I think that all 3 of them are really good. I think that to me, Jensen has had like just the most solid gameplay overall. He's had just really insane Orianna games, and maybe it's just like he feels good playing with his new team, but he really looks like he's just having a great split. And as far as Quid and JoJo, I think that they've had a lot of good games, but also like JoJo is for sure not in his best form in a lot of the games. Like most of C9's wins were when he was on Azir, and like he was hard carrying those games. He had a really good Nico game, but some of his Akali games weren't that great. He was making some like pretty big mistakes that he wouldn't normally make. So I think he still could be the best mid laner, but from what we saw so far this split, I don't think I'd put him there.
I mean, the only 2 Akali games they lost were against Talia Vi, which I feel like is so hard for you to actually play all the team fights. The most recent one also had Ziggs in there, and it's like every team fight, even in Shroud, he gets 100-0'd by Vi ult, Seismic Shove combo, Ziggs ult, all this stuff gets thrown on top. Those are the 2 Akali games that he lost. I feel like even in some of their losses, he was one of the guys that was like making things kind of happen, so to speak. There was another Nico game earlier in the split and a loss to FlyQuest that I thought he was kind of putting on some heroics as well. I also know that by far he was the best laner in the league, like by far. Not even just for mid lane. I thought he was the best laner of any lane in the league. Like even just when you're looking at laning stats and CSD and stuff, like he was pretty insane. I know earlier on in the split, Pastry was telling me this, that there was like a stretch of games where it was like a really long stretch of games where he was at least 20 CS up every single game at 15, which was pretty crazy. But even just like season wide, Quid closed the gap a little bit because Quid had been laning pretty well, but JoJo was plus 12.6 CSD at 10 on average. Next highest was Quid at 5, and then it's like a huge drop off. Everyone else is basically even or negative, mostly from laning against him. Like I feel like he is a really, really impressive laner. He draws a lot of pressure. He doesn't always get the most jungle help. He draws a lot of jungle attention. And I feel like he's always kind of like that X factor. I definitely don't think he was perfect by any means, but JoJo still really impressed me. Like I thought he was by far the best player on Cloud9 this split. And while Cloud9 didn't even come close to meeting the expectations, I don't know. It just felt, it felt weird to watch because it felt somewhat reminiscent to watching JoJo on worse teams, right? Like it felt like watching JoJo last year, except he was surrounded by all-stars, but it still felt like in some of those games it was like a JoJo 1v9 show or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, those are good points. Definitely his laning phase has been super good. It's hard because, you know, wherever you put these players, it's like they can't all be number one, right? You're ranking them against one another. So, yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's valid to put him higher, but that's where I'm at right now.
It's also interesting always because we don't have the comms from Champ Select, but a lot of people are like, oh, why did they pick Akali into Vitalia again? Because the second time they were like, oh, and they already lost this, and you see it coming, and then you're like, well, if you knew that it was like JoJo was like, yo, give me Akali, then does that change your like, oh, kind of writing it off into some of the situations?
Well, I'm not trying to fully write it off, but I hear what you mean. I mean, I think that it's like, yeah, it does change it a bit, and that's one of the hard things about League, right? Is that there's a lot of the skill of the game is like knowing where to be and what to do and all these things. It's not just like what your hands are doing, right? And so you could be on a team where like one of the players is dictating the whole draft and is just really, really smart about it. So you're always getting these comps that are going to make you look good. And one of the players is telling you exactly where to go and whatever and masterminding the team. And theoretically that some of that is going to get attributed to other players, right? So that's the reality is we just don't know. And it's the same thing with mistakes. It's like if a jungler doesn't cover this bot dive that seems super obvious to us, well, did the bot laners tell him, nah, bro, we're good. We win this 2v2 every time. You don't need to be here. So he's like, okay, sweet. I'm bathing top. Like, whose fault is that? It's not the junglers, but we don't know that.
This fool did not cover bottom lane, and they just lost the game.
Yeah,
terrible jungler.
I mean, that's the hard part about it, right? Like, we have to make some assumptions and whatnot. Sometimes we hear comms, sometimes we hear interviews. So you can learn a little bit more from that. But yeah, some of it's just assumptions for sure.
And in some of these close ones, I ended up ordering it by just thinking, if I'm building my team, who do I want on my team first? Is how I ended up going.
I think JoJo is first pick in the draft for the LCS. Every player is up for draft. I think JoJo gets picked first.
There you go. There's your break.
I think, but it's also. But I would also say, out of the ADCs, Berserker gets picked first, and he doesn't deserve to be number one in All Pro.
True.
So it's like it doesn't always work, right? Because there's a difference again between who's the best player and who performed the best in those games on Split. This is another thing that they were talking about pretty heavily on pros, where it's the idea, especially like the pro votes are often different from the people who are watching the games votes and their perceptions, because the pros are voting largely off of scrims, right? One of the things that they were talking about like heavily is, I mean, everyone on that pros episode basically thinks 100 Thieves is absolute trash. Like they're total frauds. They wanted them in playoffs. They're horrible. They're like, how did they win games? Who knows? They're the worst players ever is like basically the impression they're giving. And like, Core JJ said they called 100 Thieves scrims team bonding day because after you had a bad day, you would get to play 100 Thieves and you get to have your team bonding day because it's so easy. You're guaranteed to win every game. You all get to feel good and be friends again. So it's team bonding day.
Wow.
And it's like everyone has been telling me this kind of stuff about 100 Thieves all year long. Like they think that they are pissed. Like they're horrible. They're frauds. They're just lucky. They're whatever. They keep winning on stage, but it's like, the perception of someone who watched every game of LCS as like a co-streamer, or it was interesting because I was talking a lot about this with Sven when he was on LCS, because I was like, you are now in our shoes where Sven watched all the games, but he wasn't in any of the scrims, right? And so there can be this really kind of disjointed thing. And the other thing is a lot of the pros don't watch all, and some don't watch very many at all of the actual stage games, right? So it's mostly just based on their impressions of the players from scrims. I know I think it was Core, one of them said, that also with the new drafting system, when they get here, they're not really even paying attention to the previous games, which is what players used to always watch, because the draft has to be done offline. They have to be talking about the draft and focusing on that. So it's like they just don't really know what happened in a lot of the games, so their votes are going to be pretty different.
Yeah, it's always really interesting to look at the differences there. But honestly, I just am looking forward to seeing what the bottom lane turns out, because I think it's a chance for these young rookies to be up there. Usually we just have all pro dominated, by top teams in the league.
Where's
and-
Double Lift? Who do I
and
vote for?
Yeah, established names. You know, are people still gonna write in Double Lift? Or like, you know, someone's still like sneaky, right? You know, like all these established names.
Place
I
your
feel like
bets. Does Berserker get first team All Pro anyway? Just because people don't know who to vote
I
for?
don't have.
I would
didn't.
say probably.
I think he wins first team All Pro,
The thing
That's
is,
crazy.
and I think it's.
he,
I'm not
he
going to vote for him.
sandbagged
but I
himself
think
by
he's
playing
gonna
so
win.
much Lucian, right? Like it was so self-inflicted. I feel like he's
I
not
have
on
heard
Lucian.
he's
he
a
looks-
Lucian fiend though. He's begging for Lucian.
Yeah, he is, but it's like, dude, it's like
so that's a character flaw of his own, then.
No, it's just the
He keeps
fault of the
shooting himself in
champion.
the foot.
Yeah, it's too addicting. It's like you know, eating a lot of
Oh,
candy.
he can't be blamed.
It's
a
not
sickness.
good for you.
It's a
but
Playing
disease.
Lucian is a disease.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor or anything, but all I'm saying is like every
Is it
AD carry is
terminal?
like,
He's got
give me
Lucianitis.
Lucian, give me Lucian.
Can it be cured? Is this,
I don't
is
think
this
so.
terminal? No, it can't be cured.
I don't know. Maybe
Is
we'll
this
see.
more Lucian for playoffs?
I mean, he did get a Lucian win to his credit, but I don't
did
know.
he?
Yeah,
Did he?
yeah,
Did
he did.
he? Did he?
He did.
Or did Jojo Pyun get him a Lucian win?
Oh.
All I saw was Lucian blowing up an Nexus. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just look at the scoreboard.
that dash in after they had like won the game where he dashes onto the
Flash.
Oh,
Did he
flash.
flash too?
Oh yeah.
Did he
yeah.
flash on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Onto
tried
the-
flashing the Kaisa W, but just flashed
flash
into it
into
and
it,
died.
Yeah.
instantly died.
Oopsies.
I heard that the C9 coaching staff was not pleased.
But
about that one.
imagine.
Really, I thought they would have been thrilled. Like, yeah, let's go berserk.
But imagine if he flashed over the Kaisa W and won the
Yeah.
duel. You'll be going, oh my god, the balls on that guy.
True.
But instead we're going, oh my god, get that guy off my All Pro.
Yeah, Berserker was not him this split. I will say that. But we'll see. Maybe he'll bounce back. Obviously, he's a pretty incredible player. We've kind of already touched on MVP a bit. I mean, do you want to talk about MVP a little bit? Because you were saying you didn't have JoJo and Quid up in your where you would consider top 3. So I think that'll also be
I
surprising
mean,
to most
they're
people.
my top 3.
For MVP.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe
So-
I don't know.
so
I
I'm
haven't-
kinda curious,
I
like,
haven't
who-
given MVP a ton of thought
Okay.
yet. I think they're definitely solid candidates for it.
But you had Jensen first, right? So it's like generally you probably wouldn't be voting for people who are like, you know, second or third
right,
in a role,
right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would probably give it to River right now if
Yeah.
you know, a pre-playoff MVP, just because, like we've talked about, he's on this team which no one really thought would do well, and
Has made
he's
them
just
so much
making
better.
good plays all the time. So I think he would be my front runner for sure.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be almost guaranteed one of JoJo, Quid, River, Inspired. I think it's gonna be one of those 4 wins MVP, pretty much for sure. I'm not certain who is actually going to win, but yeah, who's your front runner?
I'll give you. I have three. All 3 of mine are within those 4 players. I'll give you that.
Okay, cool. Well, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, that'll be coming out throughout playoffs and stuff as it normally does. But I'm really curious to see what some of the votes end up on, because bot lane especially, that could be almost anything.
Yeah,
I don't even know what.
I kind of took this one as an opportunity to go more outside of the top of the league.
Yeah. Recognize some deserving players. B-Void's going to be in mine for sure. Beyond that, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's going to be hard. I've been struggling with thinking about bot lane for a couple days.
I would have to go and rewatch some of the games, I think, and just go
That's what I'm gonna have to
through.
do.
Like, you know, I would have to rule people out. Right now, I don't have anyone in mind that's like a super crazy front runner, but I would want to like go back, you know, go through the games, just see who's, you know, trolling, and, you know, they're probably not my vote.
What's funny is I oftentimes find that my votes are in the places that they're different. They're really influenced by the games that I actually casted instead of watching. Because like the games that I watch, you know, as a spectator, they usually have I feel like less impact on what my vote
You're
is.
not as dialed in.
Yeah, if I casted a game where a player popped off really hard and I was like talking about it the whole time and like the steps that they took to get there and how it weaved into the strategy of the team and stuff. Like I remember like last year or something, or the year before that even.
Oh, this
I was super big on Someday and his split pushing.
And
and
I cast all his
Thieves.
horrible games, and you cast all his amazing
Yeah.
games. I'm like, this guy is a fraud. And you're like, he's the greatest.
Yeah, we argued about it like I think like 4 probably dive episodes in a row, and I was like, "What? Where's the respect? Sunday's split pushing, you doing everything for this team." And you're like, "What? I casted like the game I casted, he was it,
running it."
And I was like, what? And we went through it and we figured out like, yeah, it's because we casted the exact opposite games.
All right, he did do some good things, and he did do some horrible things.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah. All right, well, let's move on. We can talk about some playoffs as we have playoffs coming up again Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days LCS this week. The first match is going to be on Thursday. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. So we can start there. If you watch pros, every single person, every pro is betting against 100 Thieves. Everyone's like, nope, they're instantly going to lose.
We have also from the week before the JoJo interview, and he says, "Oh, I really want 100 Thieves in playoffs." And then they did another interview this weekend. I forget which day it was because it was 3 days. But I asked him about it, and he did the like super smiling, like sarcastic, like, "Oh no, I hope we don't get 100 Thieves. They're really scary," type of answer. So I feel like Cloud9 are very happy.
Yeah. Jensen was like, we really wanted 100 Thieves. Like, they really wanted them to
I hope that 100 Thieves also just, like, smash them in playoffs just because it'll be so funny to look back at some of the interviews and trash talk. And, of course, for our first two, remember, because of our playoff bracket, these are all the teams have 2 lives, basically, in the top bracket of playoffs. So we get to see an early preview of the high-ranking teams playing against each other, which is super cool. And it's also not elimination for them. So, whichever team, does end up losing then goes lower bracket anyway. And you get kind of the option to do lower bracket runs. But 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, I'm very much looking forward to.
Wait, so what advantage do you get in the format for being like first or second seed? Is it you just got to pick your opponent? Or
you're just getting it's based on seed and stuff.
Yeah, I think because originally it was like, oh, you play if you're 1 then you play the lower one, but I think they changed it to you get to choose.
Yeah, because I mean in the past, right, we had playoffs. If there were 6 teams, it was like number 1 and number 2 would have a bye. Like they just automatically advance.
So
now they're starting at the same point as 3 and 4.
Yeah, you start on the top side, so you have the 2 lives, and then you choose which of the lower seeds you want for your
for your first
opponent.
round. It's dynamic seeding.
You get to choose. I thought.
I'm not
because I remember that they made a big deal about it. I mean, maybe it's not the case, but I remember they made a big deal about it. I forget which team it was, but the team that won the league then made a big deal because they're like, oh, our reward for winning the league was actually playing the stronger of the teams, because I forget who it was, but the 4th seed actually, everybody thought was a more difficult opponent. Maybe because the 3rd seed team like won a bunch of their games early in the season rather than later in the season. Sometimes that happens.
I'm not sure if it worked that way this season or not, because we do just have 1
now we
versus
have
4, 2 versus 3. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it actually is that way or not. I mean, the reward is obviously you're supposed to on paper get easier teams.
I'm pretty sure that we would have kept it as you get to choose, but
all right. Well, we can double check. I don't know. This is but either way, I mean, the bigger reward is obviously getting top 4. You get 2 lives, right? And either way, it is going to be, I think. Well, I mean, I don't know. It is tough, right? Like if they don't actually get to pick. Because that's something that we were also talking about.
It makes so much sense to be that the first would get to pick over the second. Like that's your advantage over the second place team.
Yeah, I've always thought that, but there's a lot of formats where they don't do that. Where I've always because I've played formats in tournaments I played in back in the day where it gets really weird because you actually like wanted to lose sometimes to get a better matchup.
Yeah, that I think that's why you need to choose because I remember there was
But there's a lot of formats where it doesn't work like that.
there was like the 2015 LPL like Oscar night where
Yeah,
teams
oh my-
are like, if you ever have a
Everyone's trying to
match where
lose.
both teams are trying to lose for seeding, I feel like something went wrong there because that's
Yep.
just such a ridiculous thing to be happening.
Yeah, no, it can definitely get really weird. People were even talking about that with like 5 versus 6 and stuff. Like, is it better to be 5th or 6th? You know, like for example, you know, like if in that situation, like you want to bet a specific matchup, right? You know, it can definitely get really weird. So hopefully it is that way where you can actually just pick your seating. By the way, let's not talk about that too much because we're not even sure.
if it, yeah.
Yeah, but 100 Thieves versus Cloud9. Again, this is one where I know all the pros are obviously going to be predicting Cloud9, but I would say, like, absolutely, without a doubt, who played better on stage? It was 100 Thieves. Like, 100 Thieves, I think, was significantly better. I think Cloud9 had a tremendous amount of issues. The question is, like, is it going to be that team that shows up? And I think, you know, a big question from the 100 Thieves side is, with everyone prepping specifically for 100 Thieves, are they going to be able to do the same things that they did, right? You know, a lot of people I know are going to be looking at General Sniper and saying, okay, this guy had a monster final week, you know, 7 solo kills, he's playing hyper aggressive, he's playing this sort of style. If teams are prepping specifically for that, you know, can that be shut down? Is he going to fall prey to jungle focus if Blabber's up there all the time with Fudge and they're picking good matchups and he's, you know, trying to go for these really aggressive plays? Is that going to lead him to having lots of deaths? Are these kind of things, you know, going to be issues for the team? I am super curious what Cloud9 is going to do with drafting because they definitely have the Lucian Nami disease, and if that's not curable, I think that's going to be problematic for playoffs.
So here's the thing: it's in a best of series, right? Like you can reverse sweep even if you're just so sure that Lucianami is good for the first 2 games, right? Like in a best of 1, you go in with your game plan. If it doesn't work, like sucks, you know, we lost. But with a BO5, like you have to consistently keep doing the same thing and losing to actually lose the entire series, right? Usually people will change their strat if they go down 0-2. They'll be like, you know what, this was working in scrims, but clearly it's not working. We need to change it up. So,
So you go to the patient that has the Lucian Nami disease, and you're like, well, you know, I know you've got this Lucian Nami disease really bad, but you see, we just lost with it. So now are you willing to not?
I mean, if this is game 2, they go, no, dude, like it had nothing to do with the pick. I was winning lane, and then we took this horrible fight, and but then after the second game, you're like, you have to start like appealing to their ego. You go, bro, we suck. Are you sure you can carry hard enough on Lucian? Like maybe like a Smolder or something would let you, the superstar, carry us hard enough? And they're like, fine, I'll just try Smolder, and they get 30 kills, dropping like 6 pentas, and it's just maybe we keep doing that.
Game 1,
that's
Lucian
a good
Nami
strat.
lost.
That's a
Game
good
2,
strat.
Lucian Nami lost. Game 3, they're like, okay, let's make a change. Lucian Melio.
That's a lower bracket run right there.
It'll be interesting. I mean, they're beyond the Lucian Nami stuff. Oh God, what was the game? It was against IMT. Their most recent game against IMT, where they had like 4 melee into Talia Ziggs and stuff, and they got just absolutely clapped.
Oh yeah,
like that draft sucked. And whether or not it's the players asking for it or the coach asking for it or whatever, they have issues, I think, with their champion picks and the stuff that they're playing. And I think that is a big concern for me, you know, looking at Cloud9 going in. And I think you even touched on, you thought, oh, JoJo, like he's so good on Azir. My understanding is Azir is off for all of the playoffs. So
yeah, that sucks.
If that's supposed to be like a Band-Aid for some of their problems and some of their issues, not going to be there.
Also, I think the other side of this coin is not just Cloud9 drafts negative. It has been 100 Thieves have had some really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we've probably mentioned too many times even the Aatrox counter into Shopify Rebellion when they were doing all tanks.
JoJo might not be able to blind pick Sion.
Yeah, like holy, that is that's Azir disabled is one thing, but not being able to blind pick Sion, that is game losing. No, but I feel like they have been really versatile. You know, even just beyond that. Quid has played all sorts of different champions. His Talia even was some of the best as well. River has a really good Talia, so they have a lot of like flex picks as well.
Yeah.
I just think that this team has so many different ways they can go, and their bottom lane has, while they haven't really been like super played to, they've also been quite good at like, you know, playing the weak side when Sniper needs ganks up top side or
They show up to
you
the
know,
team fights and
action
they
is
do
going
pretty well in the team
elsewhere,
fights.
and their bottom lane has been pretty versatile as well. So this is mostly going to be really fun times as far as, do we get to continue the trash talking? Are all the teams talking about 100 Thieves Scrims finally going to be vindicated in playoffs? And do they finally get their haha moment? Or the 100 Thieves get to keep on bringing Crocs in and dancing on them? And
I mean, it's a super important series, I think, for the perception of the teams, right? Because clearly the pros are all on one side. The public, I think, is like a little bit undecided. Like, oh, do we believe the pros? Do we believe what we see on stage? If 100 Thieves win this, it's like, all right, you beat the allegations, and people are gonna like start seeing some legitimacy to their run and start believing in this team a bit more. If they go into playoffs after having a really good regular season, get just turbo stomped in the first round, people are like, never mind. It was just a fluke. Like, it was just BO1s. It was just, you know, they didn't deserve it or whatever. So I do think it's a super important series for them. I could see this series going either way. I think, you know, if the Cloud9 you kind of like believed in your mind was going to be there at the beginning of the season shows up, then I think this is like really, really hard 400 Thieves, because I can see how, okay, Quid could be neutralized by Jojo.
I'm gonna say though, they're not. I'm gonna say that's not gonna happen.
That team's dead.
It's been a meme of our Cloud9 back.
Yeah.
And even when they came back from the break and won their first game,
They were back-ish.
They were back on that game, but the very follow-up game, they still won. But it was like they started Baron a bunch of times while they had the huge advantage on scaling, and they almost got themselves
they almost back.
Yeah, into a terrible spot. And I don't think you flip that switch instantly. So the goals that everyone had for them, or the, you know, what everyone originally perceived this team to be, I feel like is going to be out of reach. They might still be better, but I don't think they're going to have that super team level of play that people were expecting at the beginning of the season. Maybe they get to that over the course of playoffs.
I mean, and look at Energy last split, right? It was like 9-9 regular season, not that good.
Yeah.
Went Super Saiyan in playoffs, then did well internationally. So it's like you can never really know how it's gonna go. I think it is a difficult one to predict,
especially after this last, like, coming out of this Super Week. If someone's bringing you like a presentation, they've got their PowerPoint set up and they're trying to explain to you what we just saw from Cloud9, and then they're taking that and they're extrapolating to Super Team Godlike. This is how they're going to win the entire split. I'm like, what? I'm not following. I'm not following this. Maybe after this series, you know, and we have some more data
Sniper
points.
gets 7 solo kills against Cloud9.
I hope not.
But yeah, it's I mean, that's what makes it really fun and exciting to watch, though, because, you know, you are almost expecting some upset. You're like, when is it going to happen? When is it going to, you know, turn on for this team?
Yeah, I actually, going in just from like what I saw on stage, I definitely feel like I'm pretty worried for Cloud9, and especially from their bot lane. I just don't think the bot lane has been good. And I know I've seen some discourse online where people are now just kind of like blaming Vulcan and like, well, you know, he's not good this split, but like, you know, it's the new support's fault. And I feel like at a certain point, it's also on Berserker, right? Like, where, you know, he needs to be able to perform too. Both these guys need to be able to figure out a way to make it work. Because Vulcan also, for him, it's tough because he's coming off of this FlyQuest stuff with Prince, where things kind of fell apart there. But it just seems bizarre because it's like Vulcan was so good for so long, won championships with multiple teams, was, you know, arguably like the best performing support in the league over this like couple year span, between like Cloud9 and EG and whatnot, and then has had, you know, a couple showings in a row that have been really rough. So I think it's definitely important for like him and his career too, to be able to kind of get things turned around and get things working, because it's like people are quickly able to like say, oh, well, the Prince thing was just a fluke, but like if it also doesn't work with Berserker, then it starts to be a bit of a pattern for him, but also, you know, for Berserker, who hasn't really been performing nearly as well.
I always just love watching Blabber and River play against each other, because they're pretty different styles, and River is, you know, always trying to like. He literally had a game where he walked in by himself, level 1, blind, into the enemy red, and was able to like just barely bypass the like level 1 that they had set up, and then he steals red and then ganks bottom lane from behind level 2, and you're like, Like, that's some solo queue shit. Like, what in the world just happened? And he's doing this on LCS stage. And then Blabber is almost always, like, super efficient, full clearing into also efficient, like, either covering gank or, you know, pushing lane ahead or whatever. So it's really fun to watch these two junglers clash always. I feel like both of them are so smart, and they just approach the game a little bit differently. So I'm super excited to see a full best of 5 between them, because that's where you really get to see the mind games go. If you do have like level 2 ganks, you know, one game, and then they completely switch it up the next game, and you get into some scenarios where like it's a 3-quadrant like complete run over one game, and then the next game the other jungler just absolutely smashes them. So I think that's where I'm most excited for this matchup. I say that though, and then we're also looking at like top lane where Sniper has already solo killed
I think
Fudge.
the whole top side of the map is really exciting. Like Quid versus JoJo is hype. I think Blabber versus River is really, really hype. And I think Fudge versus General Sniper is super hype, right? Like General Sniper is on one of the most crazy tears over these last couple of weeks. So if he can bring that performance into playoffs, people have got to stop doubting him, right? Because the pros obviously were not hot on him coming into the league. He had a really good regular season. Mm-hmm. People are still thinking that they're frauds. So this is such an opportunity, I think, to really disprove all.
I mean, after this series, everyone has been waiting to say "I told you so" when 100 Thieves flop. But if they beat Cloud9 in a best of 5,
that's huge.
On top of being almost first place in the regular season. Just losing
their tweet was really
just
funny,
the head-to-head
when they tweeted out first place secured, blah blah blah, you know, and then FlyQuest wins after and they actually get second.
Head-to-head, by the way, FlyQuest had beat them both times in the regular season, so that's why they got that. But I feel like if after you do that, like if you win the best of 5 over Cloud9, then the I told you so's gets real quiet.
All right, what are you predicting?
Whoo! Oh,
it's
man.
tough. Like, after all that, do we just predict everyone just predicts Cloud9?
I'll say Cloud9.
I know you're gonna for sure.
All right, I'm gonna go 100 Thieves. Honestly, because I was on the waiting room, our pre-show, the final day.
Yep.
And I was all about the 100 Thieves wagon and defending it. So I'm gonna put my prediction where my mouth is and go with 100 Thieves. Obviously, I'm worried about the things that everyone's been telling me all year long about Scrims, but I say we ride the party bus.
All right, I think I'm probably on Cloud9 side too. This to me is I actually hope the 100 Thieves wins, to be honest, just because I want them to be able to kind of like disprove all this stuff that has been happening all year. But I am still kind of feeling like I could see a lot of ways that Cloud9 could prepare for this and shut them down. And I do think if Sniper is shut down and JoJo can kind of like neutralize Quid in the mid lane, because he's obviously a really strong laner. Blabber I think is really good at playing the style where he's just kind of answering what his opponents are doing. Like if he's just answering ganks from River, I don't know that 100 Thieves bot lane is going to be this like big carry force that can kind of get it across the finish line.
I mean,
I feel like it has to be their top side.
100 Thieves won with Shaco jungle, Veigar mid, and the Veigar didn't even build a death cap. And I was just like, you know what? They're having so much fun. I feel like the atmosphere on 100 Thieves is also going to be a big advantage when you're going into playoffs and best of 5 scenario. The atmosphere has to be, happier for this team. It has to be so good for practice.
I'm sure Cloud9 is stressed.
Cloud9 probably stressed as hell.
That's a really good point, because I remember in their regular season game where 100 Thieves had that crazy comeback against Cloud9, Berserker got a penta with Zeri, and then I remember specifically there was some play in top lane where I think 100 Thieves started their comeback, and even though they were really behind, like Quid was still laughing his ass off, like while dying or something. And so to me, that's always the sign of a good team, is one that's, not really worried about what's going on in the game. Like, not even worried about if they lose. And, people online like to be like, oh, if you're laughing after a loss, like, that's the worst thing ever. But realistically, like, you just kind of accept what's going on and you're just having fun with your team. And like you said, if they've been losing every single scrim, maybe they're not a team that's going to tilt in playoffs. If it goes bad, maybe they're like, to me, I think that is actually a really big plus for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, maybe that could be the difference.
I feel like that's a big reason why you guys got so many fans in the original Cloud9 with Sneaky and Balls and Lemonation. Like, you guys had such good vibes, and like comedy was also a big part. You're winning and you were funny and having fun. It's like the recipe, the all-star recipe.
I always think it's so funny when people are like, this guy's laughing after a loss, like he doesn't care, like
Nisky smiling.
He doesn't want it. I always felt like from the like pro side of it, like playing with teammates, if you had someone that could make you laugh after a loss, that was such a good thing to have for a mental reset to go into the next game. It is not good to just spiral into depression after a loss and be like, no laughing, like we just embarrassed ourselves, like what are you doing, we're horrible, you know what I mean? Like that is not going to make you play better, or at least I'll speak for myself, that was not going to make me play better. That was going to make me play way worse. It was way better to just like laugh it off. Oh my god, like what were we doing, guys? Like how, that was did you see that stupid play I made? That was so funny, like reset, go to the next game.
It's also nuanced because it can go too far if someone is always laughing stuff off and never takes criticism seriously.
Yeah.
And so, this is always the shades of gray.
Yeah.
Rather than going either way. As long as someone like laughing and being able to move past a tough situation on stage in a best of 5 so you can get into the next game is very important. And then also that same person being able to take practice time and review time seriously
for sure,
and make the improvements is like that's the dream combination.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we have FlyQuest TL as our Friday matchup. And this is one I think probably most people are going to be more on the same page with. I think FlyQuest come in as pretty heavy favorites. Obviously, their first place team. They're going up against TL, who's 4th. I think TL's carries have been really struggling, and I think that's kind of universally agreed upon. FlyQuest also does have a lot of experience, especially in their top side, where you're like, okay, these guys have done it. They've done it before. They're already looking better in the regular season. TL, I think, is a threat, and it's a team that pros do respect. Like they're kind of almost on the opposite side. When they were talking about it on the pros episode, where people are like, you're always more scared of TL because there's like some big names, and that if they step up, they can make something happen.
And TL is, I feel like for several years now, is the team that takes practice the most seriously. I always hear about them being in triple box scrims more than any other team. Which is like, well, then who are they scrimming against? I guess the other teams like take turns, like, all right, fine. Team Liquid's always asking for another block. It's your turn this week or whatever, doing the extra duty. But they are always the team in champions queue as well when that had life in it. they were the ones putting champs queue on life support by getting their academy players and doing champs queue games of basically 10 Team Liquid players. It would be like 9 Team Liquid players and then some academy player from a different team or something. They were always trying to get these serious practice environments, and that's why I always feel bad for them when they can't make it happen on the LCS stage. I mean, this split is actually very good for them. I feel like making it to 4th,
but it's definitely trended downwards. It feels
like. It's just because you always like to see like hard work rewarded, right?
Yeah.
But it does feel like they are just clawing for every win, and there haven't been a lot of super easy wins for them. There's not like super big blowouts, I feel like, in the majority of the games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it in the beginning where Liquid has been playing scaling comps for the majority of the split. They don't seem like they're super confident just, playing super aggressive early and choking a team out and just winning on like a 25-minute soul or whatnot. So I think that is going to give FlyQuest probably an edge going into the series as far as preparation, because APA is a player who's been getting a lot of criticism on TL, and he has been struggling at times. He's been making some mistakes that can cost his team a lot. So I think going up against Jensen's going to be super hard for him, because I think Jensen's just been having one of his best splits this year.
And he's a monster mage player. So it's like if they're
Yeah,
both just
I
playing
think
mages all series.
exactly. I think that depending how the draft goes, APA's not really going to want to play something that's like super good early game. And I think Jensen, probably play like Orianna, Tristana type champs and just have prio, and that'll make the game really easy for FlyQuest to play.
Yeah. I think the thing that's making it hard for me is I'm struggling to see like what is the big X factor, or what is the big like kind of like area where TL should be able to take over in a series, and that's why I'm finding it hard to believe. I think that TL can win this one. I think Impact has had a really good season, but I think Whippo has been super solid as well. I think that Jensen is basically just like APA, but a lot better, at least as far as how they perform this split, where they both want to play similar things, do similar things. But Jensen, I think,
Jensen's
does better.
pulling out the Ziggs and the Aurelion Soul.
Well, control mages, right? Like, I think he's going to play Hui. I think he's going to play, Orianna. I think he's going to play, like, Dalia and stuff like this. Like, he's going to play, a similar style of champion, but he's just been so much better in team fights. He's been so consistent. Jan, I think, has struggled with consistencies. I don't think that FlyQuest bot lane are super consistent either. I think they're more up or down, but I think that they are, like, able to play to a kind of like a similar level. And then I think Inspired has just been so good. And I think Inspired makes it harder for MT, who I feel like MT is more in the like River and Contracts camp of like trying to do some crazier stuff. But I think Inspired is just so good at actually being able to kind of like shut that down and answer that play style. He's much more in the like Blabber style of, kind of just farming and answering plays, going for like high percentage plays and being able to like execute really well on them. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be really, really tough for TL. But yeah, I'm just struggling to see where their kind of like X factor or win comes from.
Yeah, it is weird for TL because I think both like just the play styles of the players on their team, like both Impact and Umpty, I think, are players who are really good at enabling the rest of their team, like providing for their carries, making space, giving a lot of resources to their carries. But then, Yon and APA haven't really been looking like, top of the standings type carry players, right? Like they haven't been able to perform every time their team needs them to. So that obviously makes the game hard, right? Because if you're like sacking jungle camps, like you're not playing for yourself, you're like Impact's doing a lot of roam timers, but then those resources you're giving your team are not amounting to much, then you're just kind of like taking an L, which is just unfortunate.
Yeah, and Impact has never really been that guy where it's like, oh, we're going to play like Alfari style and like just Umpty's going to dump everything and put it into Impact, and Impact's going to play hard carry style and just try to carry the series. Mm-hmm. That's never really been his MO. I do think he can have some good carry games, but I just don't really see that working for TL. So I do think it's going to require APA and Yana to step up. If one of those players can like have a really good series or be that person that they can play towards and be that that big carry threat, I think that's the way that TL wins. But based on what we saw over the last couple of weeks in the regular season, that has been tough.
I just think the styles are also so mismatched and bad for Team Liquid. FlyQuest have been a team that are super duper controlled and is insanely confident in their team fights in mid game. Mm-hmm. Like their directive has been classic Jensen, farming mid lane mage. Sometimes he even gets kills early on. That's great. That's a bonus, but that's not like what they're going for. Their Whippo has been pretty outspoken about how he views a lot more of these top lane champions towards their mid game and towards their late game, and their team fighting has been insane. Whether they come out of early game with a small deficit or usually pretty even / ahead, then they just always blow open, fights around third dragon or whatever it is, or taking down the full ring of outer towers. I feel like their team fights have been so good, and Team Liquid have had some stinker team fights. So, sometimes like positioning, it feels like we are like sandbagging on or just piling on the carries, but a lot of times it is the positions of the carries that matters tremendously in these, and there's been a lot of ones where they're just too far up, they're too easy to kill for the opponent teams, and I feel like FlyQuest is going to be able to take advantage of that. Their mid game has been super duper good this split.
Is everyone on the FlyQuest side then for predictions?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
All right, good luck, underdogs.
Yeah, good luck, underdogs. All right, we also have Energy and Dig. We can kind of touch on quickly. They're waiting in the lower bracket. Obviously, Energy coming off an absolutely horrendous final week. 0-4. They went into it 6-5, came out of it 6-9, which is pretty brutal. And the 6th seed has never won the LCS. It has never actually happened before. A couple 5th seeds have done it, including Energy. They were 5th seed last split when they actually won the title. But they're going to be starting in the lower bracket as the 6th seed, and then Dignitas obviously starting as the 5th seed. Will be awaiting the loser of FlyTL. So based on our predictions, we would be assuming it would be Dig versus TL, and then Energy versus 100 Thieves or Cloud9. But two of us are predicting Cloud9, so based on our predictions, it would be them versus 100 Thieves. So
it's also so rough for Energy because I even talked to a couple of them after the weekend, and Dokla was so sick this weekend. He was in the urgent care like literally right before. The day before they come in for the beginning of Super Week, that we had that pause even on stage for a while. He powered through, but it remained like pretty rough for them. That being said, like how much can you write off? Because they also have had a lot of games just during the regular split where they're really struggling. Some of their wins are, if you look back at the win column, you're like, oh, okay, not that bad. But a lot of them were like, whoa, we got super far behind, and then had to make some crazy comeback. So it's I definitely feel for them. It's very dicey. They have constructed this year an even more powerful underdog story than last year, I would say. So maybe it's something where they came into this year and all our talk was about, oh my God, how are Energy gonna do now that they have all these expectations on their shoulders?
Not so well.
So they decided, oh shit, we can't win with expectations, so we're just gonna be real bad and like come in at the very bottom of playoffs. They got rid of all the expectations. Now we get to start from the bottom again. Now we get to reclaim our underdog status. Is it actually Five-Head, genius narrative creation for the team? No.
I mean, if Shopify was a tiny bit better this weekend, they wouldn't have even made playoffs, and they would have been only the second defending champs ever to not make playoffs the following split. It happened once with TL after Doublelift left after their title run.
But consider this: they're the non-rational gamers. The counter logic lives on.
I just feel like, I don't know, at least from the outside looking in and kind of my perception is I feel like they lost the kind of like vibes a little bit of like, it's like, yeah, they've had some ups and downs, but like they're all on the same page and they're good buddies and they're this and they're that. It feels like they are just not on the same page in game so often. And that's more what makes this split feel different to last split, where I feel like last split, they would lose games, but they would it felt more that they were on the same page. They would just do something stupid and they would take a fight they shouldn't take, but they would take the fight together and lose. This split, it feels like so much of the time you can just see the conflicting stuff in game. And we heard right from the beginning of the split that when Hui came in, they had found there was some difficulties incorporating him into the team because he had led his team on Golden Guardians and he had a very clear way he wanted to play the game, and other players on Energy had a very clear way that they want to play the game, and it wasn't necessarily aligning. And it feels like there's kind of two camps almost within the team, and you can see that within their games. I mean, I think the Lilia game was like a really easy example, again, what I touched on earlier. But there's so many examples throughout the split. Like, just go back and watch their 4 games this weekend. There's so many times where it's like half of them are setting up for a fight, half of them are trying to pull away, half of them are trying to go to a side lane, the others are trying to go mid and push up for dragon. It's like it never feels like they're really fully on the same page, and that is my biggest concern. It's like, can you fix that overnight when you couldn't fix that the entire split?
Yeah, I think touching on the support role swap, I think has been really hard for Energy, not because obviously Huhi's a great player and all, but sometimes it's just like the way your players fit together doesn't work out too well. Because I know that generally, like back on 100 Thieves, when Huhi and FBI played together, they were almost an entirely bot side focused team. I remember like almost every game they'd be having closer come either gank bot, dive bot early. And so I think it might be the case where everyone on Energy wants to be getting resources, right? Because before the split, they were kind of I would say more of a top side team. They had like Ignar do a lot of roams. and it was just they were known for having like Dokla and Palafox just pick like carry champs in the top side and play through them, and now maybe they're trying to play more bot side stuff, and it just feels like the team is not. No one on the team is playing particularly well. I think they're maybe like slightly confused, trying to figure out their identity and whatnot, and everyone's probably a little uncomfortable. Sometimes you'll fall into this rut where it's like you want to be agreeable, you want to do it, like you want to play to help your teammates, but it doesn't really make sense to you, so you do what you think you're supposed to do, and it doesn't work out that well, and then it can lead to tilt and whatnot. So I don't know if that's going on, but they definitely don't look very cohesive watching them, so maybe something like that is.
Yep, definitely going to be rough for both of the lower bracket teams. I feel like Dignitas have a better aura around them, and they're going to have the mental advantage as far as the team atmosphere that we've been talking about. Tomo is coming off a pentakill, and it feels like the focus or everybody being on board with what they want to do in game as far as team fights and how they want to execute their game plan is like the opposite story here for Dignitas than for Energy. It feels like that has actually been a strength for this team, and that them really playing like better than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, I think Dignitas is also just as far as like name power versus like how they actually play. Like there is a huge discrepancy there. Like they don't have any big star kind of on this team, so to speak, but I think they actually played pretty well. I know as far as scrims go, they've been doing pretty well, and other teams do actually respect them. Even just on stage, like they have their bad moments. XU, I think, has been a fun player to watch because he's come in, he's stayed really, really aggressive. That's, I know, one of his goals, that he wanted to kind of maintain his aggression that he had in Academy and bring that to the LCS. It has resulted in some really bad moments, but it has resulted in some really good moments too. But I think back even this weekend to their FlyQuest game, they were up 3 dragons to 0, had a gold lead, and then just had like a couple colossal ints where they like took a fight they shouldn't take. Then Tomo tried to follow up on this engage that XE was going for and tried to that went bad. Then they had another one around bot lane where Tomo had like a massive shutdown and tried to like stay around and like save someone, but gave up a 600 gold shutdown after. It's just like a couple of bad moments, and then the game is like off the rails. But they were really close to actually being in a position to win that game. They had a game, their last game against Cloud9, I want to say. I recall being like a similar situation where like they had a number of losses that were like in their control, and they made some silly choices and ended up losing it. But like even with that, they still finished in 5th. I think they did a lot better than people were expecting, myself included. And I've been pretty happy watching a lot of their players. Like, it's weird to say this, but like Rich has almost been the biggest disappointment for me, just because I had high expectations for him from last split, but he has been pretty kind of silent. But I think Tomo and Isles have done a good job. XU has had some silly moments, but like he has stayed aggressive and has had some really good games as well. And I think Dove has quietly been like one of the most solid players, in mid lane. So I think this team is like pretty legit. Can they beat one of the teams that'll get knocked down to them? I don't know, but I don't think Dignitas is a joke. And I think that one of the things that has made them pretty solid, and one of the things that has just made the league feel more competitive in general, is that there's no just like trash laners in the league anymore. And I think that's something that hasn't necessarily been true in the past. Like where the bottom tier teams often just lost purely off of their laning being so poor. Mm-hmm. Like that just doesn't seem to really happen in the LCS anymore, which I think is one of the reasons that things have felt so competitive. So the question to me for Dignitas is like, can you improve your mid-game decision-making and avoid some of these kind of like silly engages and silly choices that have been a bit of their Achilles heel? Because I do think, outside of that, they clearly have the skill as far as like laning and whatnot to be able to compete with some of these other teams.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for us for now. Thank you for watching this episode of The Dive. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or any podcast platform. And make sure you send us your questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. We might do another community episode later on in the year, and we would use those for that. Also, be sure to tune in this week for playoffs starting March 14th. It starts on Thursday. It is 1 p.m. Pacific. 100 Thieves taking on Cloud9. We will see you all there. Hello and welcome to the LCS, where we are kicking off playoffs.
We're lounging.
We're lounging. It's Kobe and I, the usual lounge here. And
That's us.
we're joined by
exactly.
some guests.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
glad you're
Resident
here.
Blake.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. We thought we would bring you guys in for playoffs, a little bit of a special treat for the fans at home, mix it up
Nice.
a little bit.
Thank you guys for coming down from your ivory tower over there in the other studio room.
Oh my god.
But we can start right off the bat with patch 14.5 update. The hotfix is in for Smolder. It was not in last week, even though the hotfix was on live before the weekend happened. It had not actually gotten in time to be on the LCS. So it is now going to be the hotfix version through all of playoffs. It is not the 14.6 nerfs that you may have seen, which are really gutting the champion.
Yeah.
But there are some kind of nods down.
And specifically, the ones that I had been looking for is the ultimate cooldown. I think this is a really good way to nerf the champion. I think that will be meaningful. The extra 20 seconds definitely does hurt the wave clear. As you were saying, though, these are not the ones that have been popularized on social media right now that are coming, that are going to chop Smolder actually down to size. Smolder's still going to be really good, is still going to be a priority pick, just a bit more reasonable. And the extra 20 seconds on Ultimate, I think, is something that we'll definitely pay attention to and track in the games.
Especially in competitive, a lot of the times what you'll see is like if you have Smolder alone on side lane, you're like, okay, maybe we can punish him. But the fact that it just like nukes the wave makes it really hard to actually try and either look for a dive on him or try to end on a team, which just elongates games. The difference between stacks from the 50 stack scaling to 150 stack scaling is also crazy. But a lot of people kind of saw how much Smolder like dominated globally. Like LEC, absolutely, we're really on the Smolder hype train. Same with a lot of regular season. So I think thankfully we're not on the nuke Smolder patch.
Thankfully, I kind of like the looks of that patch.
I just want to see if this one balances it to a good degree. I think it does. I think it does a decent amount. In LCS, you're not seeing every team hop on Smolder immediately.
Yeah,
so.
even last week with the unhotfixed version, it actually went fully through draft a number of times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me is Zier is still disabled. Which actually, like, so we've jokingly, especially with, I don't think that's a sad
Turn
thing.
that frown
Yeah,
upside down.
it depends. I think
sad.
it's more interesting for us.
Yeah.
Raz was also the Corki enjoyer. So
Well, no, if you're a Corki enjoyer, you should be happy that now Azir is gone because you get a little bit more, I think more control majors come out.
Wait, why would you be happy? The only time people play Corki is into Azir.
There were times, look. but I do think that if people will look into their champion pool, I guess the more interesting thing is like Quay. More people are willing to pick Quay. But the other options are also Karma and Corki, which is also boring. And I think Azir's play pattern, some of the sick Azir sex that we saw from Jensen as an example throughout the split, I'm a little sad that he's not here.
I think the big thing with Azir is that it's a great pivot point in draft for teams like, obviously, again, we've memed about FlyQuest. Jensen did that thing where they're like, you only have one champion left, and it's Orianna. Saw Ori permabanned against him last week. But I think the big thing is the draft flexibility that having the stable point of Azir allows for a team specifically like C9, where JoJo, that was a big draft point for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9 obviously going to be playing today, as today is the first match of the 2024 LCS Spring Playoffs. It's an upper bracket match between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Obviously, a lot of talk about how that will affect Cloud9, as JoJo had a lot of wins on Azir here. But we have to talk about playoff experience between these two teams. It is obviously very different between the two squads. Cloud9 has a wealth of playoff experience, and a lot of these 100 Thieves guys are actually just brand new, not even to playoffs, but to the LCS.
Yeah, and this one I will just touch on the organizations to start, right? Because you're right about the players, and so the experience difference between the players on C9 and the experience difference from 100 Thieves players is for sure stark different, and we'll touch on that later on. But like,
Pretty good these last couple of years.
for the last couple of years, it's been Cloud9 as the dominant brand and the dominant team. Anytime they've been players being picked up, they're like, it's the new Cloud9 super team. And that was, I guess, the expectation coming into this split, but that's the comparison to 100 Thieves, as you can see.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember that 100 Thieves still have been at the top. They had that year where in 2022 they kept making finals, but they couldn't get the win in those finals. And then into, obviously, last year was a much tougher year for them. But then as we look at the actual playoff experience between the players in this, it's really interesting because obviously this 100 Thieves team, none of their players were part of that victory. right? So you have a lot of players, and River is trying his best to drag up that average, but he still has fewer playoff games played than the lowest member of C9, which is Berserker at 46.
The player with the most on 100 Thieves, River, has less than the least on Cloud9, which is Berserker, as you're saying. It's also worth noting that, 100 Thieves had some really strong years early on. We saw that, in this graphic. These last couple of years, or last year, they didn't do as well. This year, they were expected to be having a performance more like last year, right? It wasn't the expectations that they were going to be, at the top of the table. People were predicting them to be down towards the bottom.
Yeah, and that's a huge credit to the coaching staff, the scouting, the fact that anytime you talk to the players, they really support the environment of growth within the team to play how they play in scrims on stage. Not the same result, because that's been another conversation entirely, but they've been really comfortable and really bloody on stage. And so even though you have younger players with little experience like Sniper, he's still taking risks, and it really is paying off for this team.
And so there is a huge experience difference in playoffs for both these two teams, as you all have illustrated. But I would like to do a vibe check on both teams, because the vibes are immaculate on the younger team. They're always so happy, so excited. Even just to set up every time they show up at the studio, and they keep on winning. People keep trash talking them, saying they're terrible in scrims. Oh, we want them in playoffs. JoJo is like, yeah, please give us 100 Thieves in playoffs. But 100 Thieves keep on showing up to their games, and they perform on stage, and they're absolutely styling on the LCS. It is, to me, the most fun team in the entire league to watch. They played Shaco jungle with Veigar mid, and they stomped and won with it. So while there is a lot of playoff experience advantage on the side of Cloud9, sometimes the older players will be a bit more jaded when they're not winning all their games, they're not living up to expectations. And so it might actually be a little bit of advantage for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, well, we know Kobe's a believer in 100 Thieves, but LCS players have been pretty vocal about the skill level of 100 Thieves all split long. Let's take a look.
There's no way they're better than them or them. Like, there's no way. All I'm saying is, if I verse 100 Thieves in playoffs, I'm celebrating right now. I can't drink, but I'm getting my beer and I'm bigger and I'm happy, bro. That's all I'm saying. We don't want to get creeped here, but I think anyone that plays 100 Thieves is good at free.
100 Thieves, I feel like are kind of frauds, so I'm not going to say 100 Thieves.
Do I have anything to say to Fudge? I mean, the last time we played against each other, I did solo kill him. I was like out team fighting him the entire time. So I'm gonna just do it again against him,
I was hoping we'd get 100 Thieves in playoffs, because I think they're absolutely free win.
I think they're frauds.
They are definitely frauds from my experience.
I mean, I've been playing 100 Thieves the entire time.
Wow, so it's you two think 100
we already
Thieves
agreed.
are fraudulent. Okay.
We agreed it was a 1v2.
They're frauds.
I think.
I just love messing with him.
You guys can argue against us and then we'll just beat you again.
And this all stems from their results in scrims, right?
Yes.
If you talk to any coaches, any pros, they will tell you that 100 Thieves is free in scrims. CoreJJ actually went so far as to call them team bonding day, I believe it was, when they play against 100 Thieves, because he says, when the team is frustrated, when the team's in a bad mood, you get 100 Thieves day in there, everyone's friends again. You get some easy games. So everyone has been saying all split long that this team is free, but they keep showing up and delivering on stage week after week after week, and they're deserving of credit for that.
Yeah, I think the big thing is whatever they're translating onto stage is super important. Because the funniest thing was hearing Ayla himself mention that they had lost at one point 17 scrim games in a row. And both Armeo
They're improving a lot.
Jan and Armeo were just like, the audacity to actually admit that
Also,
is insane. But I think it speaks to, again, the coaching staff around this too. Like, not only, I know, Kobe, you said like vibe check, but I also think the players and coaching staff have had, on the whole, outside of a few outliers, really good draft and really good understanding of how the players on this team want to play.
Yeah, and Lego my Lego in chat, sandbagging scrims to give enemy team false hope. That's the constant strategy. At least within the podcast that we pulled, what's it called, 100 Thieves kind of addressed it internally about like, they just talk about how they're a streaky team, right?
Yep.
But a major point that I want to talk about with 100 Thieves, as you can see here, they are just the bloodiest team still in the world. Their champion kills per minute is the highest of all major regions. This also includes the LPL. So even though they're not showcasing the scrim results, they're still comfortable enough to take a lot of the risks in constant team fights that they do in scrims because of the environment of, like, of course, the players encouraging each other, and also there comes Rivers
and they
is a
don't
bloody
want
player.
to showcase the scrim results.
Yes.
From what we've been told, that's a good thing.
Keep that under wraps.
Yeah, we don't want to showcase the scrims. We want to perform on stage.
Yes.
And they've done it. I think that also losing a bunch of scrims can be good for your mentality in a best of 5. If they're losing games in the best of 5,
We're used to this.
Yes.
then the coaching staff, can get them in a good spot and be like, all right, it's fine. Just focus on the next game, you know?
They have more experience losing than anyone else.
There it is.
No one can take them down. All right, we have a returning guest to the broadcast today. Let's see what she has to say about today's matchup.
Hey y'all, my name is Miss Chim Chim, and I am so glad to be back at LCS. I know we have some banger games today, 100 Thieves versus C9, but did y'all know that Ayla and Vulcan actually have some underlying beef? And it all started with a tweet from Vulcan. Now, last spring split, 2023, he said, bring back Winsome. So let me give you a little bit of backstory on this. Ayla was actually the starting support for FlyQuest, but he didn't have his visa in order. So Winsome had to step up from the challenger team of FlyQuest and play in his spot. Now, under Winsome reign, they went 8-1. So, after the roster change, Vulcan tweets out, bring Winsome back. This wasn't even shots at Ayla. He was just talking about how him and Winsome would play soccer after LCS games. So Ayla doesn't know this, so he decides to clap back. He says, promote Smoothie. Now, Smoothie was the challenger player for Vulcan's team. Vulcan said he was gonna get the last laugh, and he said that, Ayla, you're not even pertinent to FlyQuest's success. They were 8-1 without you. Well, eventually, Vulcan and Ayla have to face each other. And so Vulcan actually takes the win, but to rub salt in that wound just a little bit more, he decides, as Thresh, he's gonna hook Ayla, bring him out their Nexus fountain, and EG dogpiles on and kills them one last time. It was a mess, but we're gonna fast forward to summer split of last year. Now, Ayla and Vulcan actually switched teams. So FlyQuest has Vulcan, EG has Ayla. Y'all, FlyQuest went 0-6 in their first 6 games. So Ayla said it's time for him to get his lick back. So he said Vulcan is not even good and his support speaks for itself. And now, then after that, they went 1-1 in the summer split. So FlyQuest wins 1, EG wins 1. So today's games are so important. This gives them bragging rights. This gives them Twitter finger rights. And I want to know, are y'all team Volkiana or are you team Ayla Bayla? And Twitch mods, go ahead and put up a poll in chat because we're trying to find out. All I know is today is going to be some banger games. And whoever wins, I want to see some dancing at the Nexus, or else you're going to have to see me after today's matches.
It's kind of funny because this rivalry thing started out and you're kind of like, Vulcan's kind of punching down on this guy a little bit. You know, he has the big reputation. He's the player with all this success, all these accolades. It hasn't been so hot for Vulcan lately, though. They kind of failed with the FlyQuest super team. Now he's here on the C9 super team. Be like, well, that was just a blip on the radar. They're not doing so well.
That's why I love this story from Ayla's perspective, because at first it's like, ooh, it's like a tough re-entry onto the team because of the visa issues that came through. But then like the Evil Geniuses time was like a great, like, I guess, redemption period for him and the success that he had in Academy at the period that he was playing on Team Liquid Academy. And then this split, where they're the second best split with a team that people did not believe in. So I need this back in my bloodstream.
All right, we got to talk about some other matchups, though. Kobe, talk us through the top lane. Sniper versus Fudge. Sniper has got to be one of the most exciting additions to the LCS in a long time.
He certainly is. And yeah, I mean, we all know this series isn't going to be a whole bunch about the bottom lane. Both of these teams have had a lot of success through the top half of the map. Sniper especially. Everyone was so excited when he entered the league. Such a young challenger, so much hype behind him. But all the other top laners kept talking trash about him. It's like he's not that good because everyone else was hyped. And he starts solo killing everyone. He even started with Fudge, getting a solo kill on him with Impact. So many of the greats performers of the LCS and taking over a lot of this top lane narrative. He's fully embraced a lot of these carry picks as well. Aatrox, Olaf, lot of these champions, if you do get ahead, you can 1v2 a lot of situations. He has done just that. And really has been one of the big surprises here for 100 Thieves that has allowed them to climb to the top.
Yeah, and in those early weeks, people were like, oh, this is, that's insane. They would always like, give up, but yeah, what about next week? Like, can you do it consistently? That's always been the question mark because of what people have been talking about from, you know, the inexperience and all that behind the scenes. But like, his last week was his best week, period.
7 solo kills.
Like, he got player of the week. Yes, he got like, they tried to dive.
He's got the dance moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been gradually like improving from already a pretty good base. And so this matchup to me is a big one because it feels like really coming into it, the solo kills is already the one thing that's stark between the two.
Yeah, I was gonna say the biggest thing is that he currently has 12 solo kills, and the next 2 people who are tied, I believe, at 5.
Yeah.
So he has more than double of the second place in the LCS right now.
And Fudge was in that reel. I was gonna put that out there. And so I think what matters the most, of course, is like first series that he's gonna have, at least in the LCS, the first playoff series, going up against Fudge. So I really want to see what Fudge can go for in this matchup.
Yeah, he's been a lot quieter this split, but you know he has been really successful in the past. I think people want to see Fudge get back to that. He still is the player with a lot more experience in this matchup, and if he can have a good showing here today, I think he can quiet a lot of the talk because there has been a lot of negativity around Fudge. But we got to jump forward into the jungle here. River versus Blabber, Emily. This is an insane jungle matchup.
I love this jungle matchup because I feel like it is still 2 very disparate styles, right? Like when we think of peak Blabber, we definitely think of someone who is incredibly efficient, can get himself ahead and focuses less on his lanes. Meanwhile, River is known as kind of this jungler who has a really, really strong understanding of where he is in relation to the map. And when we talk about River's jungle awareness, I'm gonna go through the first 5 minutes of one of his games against FlyQuest just to show how he plays with vision and how he communicates with his lanes. So first of all, starting off, there's this little scrap in the bot side. We can, apparently this is gonna troll me. So right here, it is not gonna pause. All right. Right here, he's going to see that these 2 vision wards are up there. He's going to path down towards enemy red buff, place a ward. He knows exactly where the bot lane was going to path through down towards bot. And the big important thing here, he's gonna clear red and then go for one of his patented wraparound ganks. This is the style of gank that River is really known for, right? And why enemy teams always say you never know where River is going to be on the map because of things like this. Clears his bot side, goes up, clears his red, clears raptors, and then when he comes to cross mid, this is still a very important gank despite the fact that they do not get flash or that Jensen to flash because it resets mid. He goes up topside and gets a kill up here. And I think the big thing I want to illustrate about this is just, again, that early play where he's actually able to play around vision, and it makes me sad that I couldn't circle the ward on there, but knowing exactly where the enemy bot lane is going to path and being able to understand that, take the split-second decision to do that early invade, get first blood in bot, go up, get first blood in top, all within the first 5 minutes of the game, and reset mid wave so that Quid has more pressure in mid as well.
Emily brought the baton because if she doesn't like your jungle pathing, you're getting smashed.
By the end of the day, one of these junglers.
Well, I guess we don't really have time to talk about Blabber just yet, but we will be talking more about him later. Oh, excuse me. I guess we're scrolling back up. You want to talk about the other side of it, Kobe?
Well, I just think it's really funny because whenever I talk to players, if I talk to a laner, then they're like, oh my God, River is the most annoying jungler to play against. I hate playing against River. But if you talk to another jungler, then they usually say Blabber is the toughest opponent. And it's because of those different styles where River, a lot of it is these ganks, and he's so unpredictable. Whereas Blabber is usually a bit more predictable in the fact that he does a lot of full clears, but he still is even really hard to play around as a jungler. Just kind of builds up so much pressure.
Yeah, and in the last 2 games that these 2 teams played, I do think it's important to say that Blabber did actually do a pretty good job of tracking River. The first one was a Nocturne game that 100 Thieves ended up losing. And then the second game actually came down to a lot of team fights, which is where you also saw River with the team fight targeting on the Vi being able to lock down JoJo on a Kali. And that's where another facet of River's play came in. But Blabber and C9 as a whole did a good job of kind of keeping him under control early as best you can.
And to me, jungle is just all about time management. It's where you're going to spend your resources, where you're going to spend your time. And Blabber, so often throughout his career, is leading in farm, is leading in CSD, but is also, you know, having the highest K+A at 14, right? So it's like, if you can farm more than your opponent and make more ganks happen, you're just the better jungler.
Yeah, anytime we go through like a replay of Blabber's performance where he has to look for a dive top bot lane or something, where he's still influencing the map.
Right place, right time.
Exactly, right place, right time. He will always, if he skips a camp, he makes it meaningful. I think it was in the second last week of the split where he had the Nidalee game with Renekton. Like, he's always there on the right timings. So generally speaking, the pathing that he does, I think, has usually been proper. But his kryptonite has been junglers that have just thrown that to the wayside and have been more unpredictable, like Contracts and like River.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of talk about drafts lately, and specifically for these 2 teams. So we have got to hear from the coaches. We've got Golden Glue and Mithy.
Hey y'all, I am here with coaches for C9 and 100 Thieves, Mithy and Golden Glue. Now, y'all's teams have been talking a lot of mess, so I'm trying to instigate and get y'all to do the same. So for 100 Thieves, there's been a lot of talk from the community that your team is some frauds. How confident are you with proving the haters wrong and beating C9 today?
Yeah, I mean, I think that everyone's calling us a fraud, but it's just funny because we finished at the top of the standings. So I think we'll let our play show that we're not frauds. And I'm just excited because I feel like C9's a good opponent to prove that against.
Okay, very nice. Now for you, your players, JoJo and Fudge, said that 100 Thieves is going to be an easy win and they really want to play them in playoffs. Do you think it's going to be an easy win, and how confident are you in beating them?
No. I mean, I think it's good that the players, you know, talk trash with each other and hype themselves up. But like, you know, I've backstage, I've definitely been hyping 100 Thieves up, and there's a lot of merit to what they've done this split. So, yeah, hopefully on our part, we're more than ready to show up today.
This is not good enough. I need one of y'all to say something. Oh my goodness. Well, good luck to both of you guys, and we'll see y'all in game 1.
Well, it's going to be an exciting one. Obviously, a lot to prove for both of these teams. Cloud9 came into this split, the expected super team. So much of that was about the acquisition of JoJo when they signed this player, when they added him to an already star-studded roster. The expectations are you win this split or it's a failure. But it has been Quid who has been stealing a lot of the limelight here so far this split and has really been making people question who really is the better mid.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to highlight with Quid is obviously he had a really rough year last year on 100 Thieves when he came in. JoJo was one of those mids who absolutely crushed him in lane. There was like a welcome to NA. But this year, I remember him telling Golden Glue, like, he apparently came up to Golden Glue one day after doing well in scrims, and he wasn't able to bring it to stage until this year, being like, Grayson, I got it. I understand now. Something is unlocked in my mind. And he's been it clicked. Something clicked. And he's been an absolute menace, just tearing through his opponents. And he's also been incredibly flexible. He's played 12 different champions this split, including that Aatrox flex that they had that was really smart against Shopify. So he's been so fun to watch.
Yeah, the melee champions have definitely been big. The Aatrox that you mentioned, the Yone, also a preference pick for him. Honestly, this is the matchup that I'm probably most excited for, also because people are arguing about who's the MVP of the whole league between these two players. And while MVP is a regular season award, people are going to watch the series
and be like, did you get it right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is, you kind of get, the proof immediately. And even though people were really disappointed overall because of the expectations of Cloud9 with the team's performance, JoJo has always been the one still performing in their losses. Huge Nico plays definitely are going to come to mind for people. A lot of these big re-engages.
Yeah, exactly. And for JoJo, for me, it feels like every champion that I would list, his Akali games have been great. We're seeing the Nico games. For me, I was most impressed with his Azir, which is why I think he's probably the biggest loser of the Azir ban coming through. Even in their losses, I feel like he has always been ahead of the pace in farm, having an amazing lane, playing side lanes well. And if someone is failing, either bot side or top side, he is the one that has been keeping standard and keeping his team in the game. That has been the case for him even in their losses. Whereas Quid, Chris mentioned in chat, like a few people have been talking about it, everyone has been high on Quid because even with how bloody their games have been, I remember the Team Liquid game where they were like pretty far behind in the early portions of the game. That has actually happened a lot of times. He is the one that finds huge plays to get their team back in. To me, it's the Taliyah, the Ahri. Those two champions really give him, like, I guess, a lot of flexibility in team fights to do what he does best. So I'm excited for him for sure going into this series.
And I think a lot of this series is going to be dependent upon this matchup. You know, can Quid find those big plays? Can he be that X factor? Because I definitely think most people, well, pretty much everyone's going to favor JoJo in lane. He has just been such a dominant laner. Yeah. I think best laner in the LCS, bar none, not even just in mid lane, you know, anywhere in the league. This guy has been really, really good. But it's going to be, you know, tough for Quid. He's got to have that high level of performance that he's been able to show all split long, now in a really high pressure environment. And I think that's true for 100 Thieves in general. That's one of the reasons that a lot of people are saying, okay, they are frauds. Maybe they're finished higher in the regular season, but they have these really defined play styles that potentially you could attack in a best of 5, right? We're going to find out if that's actually true today, but a lot of people's expectation is if you're going to play this aggressive as General Sniper, if you're going to play these specific melee champions, what if you get triple banned? What if Blabber's up there camping you? What happens then? And today, that is going to be what we'll have to find out. But we got to talk about some predictions here because this is a really exciting series. It's our first one to kick off playoffs. You want to start us off, Raz?
Wow, well, it's already up there. I have it as a 3-1. So I think we already see a few 3-1s. My expectation is just like we just saw how Cloud9 performed in their final week. And I actually thought even their wins were quite huge, or their last 2 weeks after the break. I think they sorted a lot of problems. And my biggest issue is once you get into a best of 5, you really have to challenge your champion pool once you start getting targeted. That's where I think a lot of the problems will come in. I think the games will usually get pretty slower in best of situations too, so I give Cloud9 the edge.
So we got 3 Cloud9s and then a 3-0 for 100 Thieves.
Where is that coming from?
Everybody, every single weekend is telling me, oh yeah, Cloud9 is back, and then they're gone again, and then they have to come back again. So I feel like
they just went out to get cigarettes.
Yeah. Cloud9's back. Are you sure about that? And then they're gone, and they're back. Are they really back? I mean, I'm sure that JoJo is back. You know, he definitely
never left.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. He shows up every single day. But I have to say, with so many people underestimating 100 Thieves, if you start at the top of the map and you actually look how a lot of the games are going to go, if they're focusing on top side, would you say Sniper or Fudge has the advantage there? I think most people would say Sniper from this year has definitely had the advantage up there. River is a more creative, like early ganking jungler. They can snowball. A lot of the champions played in top lane right now can 1v2, can kind of steamroll games. Yeah. I think 100 Thieves are still being slept on. I know so many people are just itching and waiting to be like, I told you so. They are frauds. But honestly, I think they deserve credit for Spring Split and what they've been able to do on stage and the weapons that they actually have.
Yeah, they definitely do deserve that credit, but we'll see if they can prove all the doubters wrong because we are going to be heading on over to the casters, I believe, for game number 1.
Here we see Cloud9, the super team turned lower seed, trying to turn that superpower into a playoff win here today. Going up against them is the surprise team of the league in 100 Thieves, hoping to put the FU in all those fraud allegations been slung their way lately. It's LCS playoffs, baby, and it's starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LCS playoffs. It's time to kick things off here on this lovely Thursday afternoon with the upper bracket. C9 going against 100 Thieves. Both teams, of course, will have a second shot if they lose here today, but they'd really like to start this one off with style. I'm Captain Flowers, joined for the series today by Jat and Emily Rand. How y'all doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm really excited for this specific matchup to open up the playoffs because I feel like there is so much anticipation from both fan bases. The Cloud9 fan base waiting for these best of fives to see if the team can finally turn on, and the 100 Thieves fan base to say, hold on now, we've been beating people all split. Where is the damn respect? I think they get it if they can beat Cloud9 today.
Yeah, and I think this is a really interesting matchup stylistically for me as well, because when we talk about C9, again, we talk about the expectations put on this super team with the names on this roster, how anyone can carry on the team theoretically.
Yeah.
But that has not happened in game or in draft, right? Where I think the big thing, even people who think like, oh, 100 Thieves are fraudulent or whatever they're saying, have given credit towards the coaching staff, towards the players themselves, some of them being able to drop ego when necessary in draft, to be able to draft really, really well around exactly what this team wants to do.
And absolutely, I feel like these two teams match up in such an interesting way, as you allude to, Emily, because Cloud9 has been a dominant early game team that lacks cohesion. And 100 Thieves has been a weak early game team who is extremely cohesive. So they are very different in the way they approach the game. And even though they are very, 100 Thieves is second place and Cloud9 is third place, only 2 games separate them in the regular season standings. So I'm expecting a very competitive series.
All right, as we get into draft, let's just go ahead and make sure we're caught up on a couple of things. The Lounge did mention it, but we are still on 14.5, but it is the hot fix one for Smolder. So the ridiculous damage on the E toned back a little bit, slightly longer cooldown on the ulti as well. He's still going to be really, really strong, but he's not going to be in that absolute broken tier anymore. Also worth noting, Azir is still disabled, and we've seen both of these mid laners play quite a lot of Azir before.
Yeah, and as you see bans coming out from 100 Thieves, Orianna is a good one, I think, because much like Azir, Ori just gives you not only like a control point in mid, but also incredible teamfight prowess. Callista for the pushing bot lane, and then JoJo's Nico.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, Ahri against the Quid. You never want to let River have Vi ever. Especially if JoJo's going to be going towards an Akali again for the mid lane, which is something he's defaulted to in an Azir-less world. And then the Varus.
And 100 Thieves is the higher seed, so they have side selection in game 1, and they chose blue. That's why they're a blue side, and Cloud9 is red side. For side selection throughout the rest of the series, the loser of each game will get to select sides for that game. So to start things off, we have 100 Thieves locking in the Nautilus, which I think is quite interesting, since that is generally what Vulcan was winning on after the break. When they were playing the Enchanter lanes with Vulcan, they found much less success. So right away, even though it's not the most popular first pick globally, I think it's a good first pick for this series.
Yeah, and we see C9 coming out with the Senna initially. My favorite composition that this C9 team has piloted all year was actually that Nidalee Renekton with the Senna bot lane. And it is really interesting to see Senna show up here. She gives you so much draft flexibility, but there's been an ongoing conversation as we see Tom Kench locked in for Vulcan, another kind of signature champion for him specifically through his career. The Smolder versus Senna debate, right?
Yeah.
Like, who is better in the bot lane? What is better? And I don't think this game is necessarily going to decide it, but we're going to see it.
Absolutely, and I think it's a bit of a bot lane handshake here where you're just picking a little bit different styles. I will say that Berserker's last Senna game was very poor. He had basically the lowest soul rate of any player I've seen this year at about 20 minutes. So he has had good Senna games in the past. It's not like he cannot play the champion, but they're going back to the well on something that didn't work very well last time.
All right, so we'll keep track of how those both stack up, literally and metaphorically, throughout the game. Worth pointing out, the Aatrox locked in here for 100 Thieves. You expect it to go to Sniper. It is still possibly flexible to mid lane. We did see Quid do it once. It was a very specific counter pick into the Scion mid from Insanity, so let's not pretend like that's going to be something that we're expecting to have with a high probability. But the answer from C9, they want to grab the Taliyah here before the second part of the bans come in.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I really like this pick for JoJo because, again, when we talk about how important JoJo has been to this team, it's not only that his laning is absolutely stellar, but it's when he's able to get out of lane and pay attention to his side waves after pushing in mid. Taliyah is something that has incredible teamfight prowess. We have seen her rising in priority in general. And I also think it's a takeaway from Quid because Taliyah has been one of the champions that Quid has looked absolutely dominant on.
And I think it shows a slight difference of draft priority between these two coaches right now, right? Cloud9 take the blind power pick mid Taliyah, and 100 Thieves take the blind power pick top Aatrox. And now we're also expending bans on Fudge to make sure Sniper is in a comfortable spot. In terms of players that are taking momentum into playoffs, Sniper is probably taking more momentum than any player. Only 17, leads the league in solo kills, 1 player of the week, and now getting some draft protection from his team.
And both teams are playing that draft protection game. It's the Yone and the Karma banned out from matching up against the Taliyah there in mid. It is the Renekton taken away from Fudge. I say taken away, but I feel like there might just be some happiness in Fudge from not having to go to Renekton jail here for game number 1. Jax also banned out as C9 will lock in the Lee Sin very quickly for Blabber.
And I think they're really trying to secure a stronger 2v2. Even though Taliyah and Lee Sin are both blind picks because mid and jungle hasn't been seen by 100 Thieves, it's very hard to find 2 champions that would actually be stronger to 2v2. Because I think for Cloud9, they're saying if River and Quid run the game, they'll be able to win it. But if they can run the game with JoJo and Blabber, they'll take it. This is fascinating here, though, with the Xin Zhao to have some power for River.
Yeah, and Hui also locked in for Quid. Again, this composition is going to do a great amount of damage with the Smolder already, but Hui... Oh, TF top.
Okay, TF top. Fudge willing to slam this one in game number 1 up against Sniper's Aatrox. How do you guys feel about this head-to-head here?
I think it's really interesting because previously, I think when we've talked about Fudge, we talked about the Nidalee Renekton game, but we've also talked about him on something like Udyr, right? Where it's less of a power pick in terms of I'm going to solo kill you or I'm going to be looking for kills in top lane as opposed to I'm going to push out, I'm going to dirty farm, I'm going to use all of my pressure to take over the top side of the map. The TF is really different, but very fun.
This is a very one-directional team comp, I'd say, from both sides. You can pick globals. Like, a lot of times, TF mid gives your team map pressure towards side lanes, or Taliyah mid gives your team map pressure towards side lanes. They now have 2 solo laners whose ultimate is devoted to moving, not to team fighting. So we have an even bigger disparity in the team composition's power, where 100 Thieves, if they can group up and make it a control game, big advantage. If Cloud9 can blow open early games, 100 Thieves will not be able to touch side lanes. So there's a very big disparity in the way these 2 team compositions are powerful.
Yeah, and that's where I think we really need to look at these teams' objective control too, because I think where C9 can take advantage of 100 Thieves, as much as we've talked about how smart River's early game pathing has been in terms of getting his lanes ahead, it is around those objectives, and Senna is so great if you end up doing that swap and then keeping her top side for grubs, depending on how these 2 junglers' early pathing goes.
All right, let's rock and roll. Game number 1 in this best of 5 between C9 and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves kind of surprising everybody in a good way throughout this split so far. C9, some surprises of their own, but mostly it's people wondering, hey, where's this super team that we were promised? Regular season can only tell you so much, though. Best of 1s, it's shorter because we have fewer teams overall. Now it's kind of time for us to jump in there and see who's the real deal.
Golden Glue, the 100 Thieves coach, you can see his tweet right there. Playoffs, right? That, to your point, is absolutely what matters. And I want to go a little bit big picture since we're right at the start of this series here and talk about the 100 Thieves fraud narrative or the Cloud9 super team narrative.
Okay.
And how I'm going to first address 100 Thieves.
Okay.
I do think that being second place in the regular season is very hard. That's not something you can just coin flip your way to, best or ones or not. It's very hard. However, it pales in comparison to playoff accomplishments. So, yes, 100 Thieves is 10-4. They won 2 more regular season games than Cloud9. But I think the reason Cloud9 still has this belief from a lot of the Cloud9 fans is individually, the Cloud9 players have 13 LCS titles and 4 MVPs. The 100 Thieves players have 0 and 0, but 2 more regular season games. So, there is a huge resume difference between these two teams, but if 100 Thieves actually take down Cloud9 here in that best of 5, that's where they can really get to prove themselves.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about the definition of fraud, can I just say, like, 100 Thieves have won too many regular season games, guys. Like, they're not fraudulent in that they are promising something that they're not delivering on, right?
So,
sorry, that's been bothering me, you know?
No, it's all good. That's what it's the early games.
If you're promising something that you're not delivering, it's actually more accurate for Cloud9 so far.
Because of the super team. Okay, yeah, there you go.
8 of 14 games.
See, these are the conversations that you have during the early game. Everybody's just farming their minions. Everything's nice and slow-paced here. JoJo and Quid will just keep trading back and forth ever so slightly. Biggest difference you can see across the board in terms of farm right now is the top lane, but both junglers hanging around the mid. Nice seismic shove coming out, and Quid is dead. It's first blood over to JoJo.
And that is exactly why Cloud9 picked the Lee Sin Talia. They wanted to win the 2v2 there, and they catch Quid with the skill shot. Both junglers knew that was a big deal. Both junglers knew that wave needed to crash. JoJo and Blabber are the ones who executed, and it's a massive kill.
Oh,
in chat, yeah, JoJo just typed regular season matters. Good job.
That's what I want to see in the all chat. JoJo getting in there, talking his smack. Let's see it here again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, to Jat's point, this is exactly why you pick it, right? You want to get ahead early. As soon as JoJo gets that flick, Blabber is in there. Quid goes down. That sets up this mid lane so well for JoJo.
And I really liked, too, how Blabber marks his opponent with the Sonic Wave, but then flashes for Tempest Cripple, knowing that Quid's going to try to flash away to escape anyway, so that he saves the resonating strike damage for maximum execute to guarantee the kill.
Yeah, and also just in terms of the mid-jungle 2v2, the Hui is not a weak early game champion. I think that's something I believed was true of the pick early on, but I've talked to enough mid laners to know you can actually win a lot of these lanes early, so getting that kill and burning the flash almost ensures now that the Talia is going to be able to have push. And if you look around the map, the Twisted Fate is pushing in the Aatrox. It's melee versus range. He's going to be able to do that. The bottom lane also able to get priority because they're just stronger 2v2 with the Senna TK versus the Smolder Nautilus, so it puts River and 100 Thieves in an extremely vulnerable early game position here because all 3 of their lanes are in danger of being pushed in, and that allows Blabber to go wherever he wants.
So as we're looking at our tri-lane view here, and you mentioned how top lane is going to be that range versus melee matchup, it can be kind of suffocating to play into something like the TF. I actually want to take a look. We have a comparison between Sniper and Fudge in both of their first splits, because I think both of these guys have had similar kind of stories being told about them where they're willing to kind of flex. They're willing to be the guy who wants to be the carry, but they can also sometimes play it a little bit too hard, get a little bit too hyphy about it, and you can see there's your comparison right there. KDA was higher for Fudge. Solo kill for Sniper, though. This kid is the solo kill king, man.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that I really like about Sniper and has kind of defined his entry into the LCS has definitely been how willing he is to go for the 1v1, like even sacrificing his lane at times to be able to
Quid?
I think he's dead.
Oh!
Yep.
JoJo Pewin with the solo kill in mid lane, make it a 2-0 Talia 5.5 minutes into the game.
All right, forget about top lane. C9, not only did they get that solo kill in mid, but Blabber had started up this early Drake, so they'll have Prio on Drake stacking as well. C9 are absolutely dominating this early game.
Yeah, JoJo continues his all chat regular season team ja right after that second solo kill. So I actually would believe that 100 Thieves has him muted. You never know whether or not he's been in their head or not, but this speaks to the regular season early game dominance and regular season early game weakness of 100 Thieves and C9, but it's actually just amplified right now. They got the flash off of Quid. He lands yet another seismic shove, and because he's cleared the minion wave with Fade Rush, Quid is actually just completely caught out. That's a situation where Quid needs to let that entire wave crash. He needs to let JoJo hit level 6 and be a little bit more passive. I think they were trying to set up a gank with River, but he just got caught by the skill shot once again, and it goes from bad to worse for Quid.
Yeah, and in terms of objectives, it looks like we might see a little scrap around Grub.
Hold on, Blabber, he's about to die to the spiraling despair, and it's Quid picking it up. Now JoJo's under pressure, and River and Sniper are both looking to take him down. Severing Bolt over the wall won't find the target, and a nice little sidestep from JoJo prevents it from becoming an even greater tragedy. But 100 Thieves needed to find that pick there. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's such an important contest for them too, because like I said, it also stops this kind of grub stacking that you can do with Senna and then do that kind of lane swap with her. That's one of her flexibilities as we're fighting in bot lane now too.
Nicely done. There we go, Ayla. Finding the dredge line on Vulcan, locking him down underneath the turret, back up in the top side. This could turn into a 2v2 very quickly. Already one grub for 100 Thieves. Looking to grab this second one. Blabber wants to contest it. He'll walk up. He smites at the very end of the health bar just to guarantee that he can secure it away. Just anything to make sure they don't get all three.
No 6 grubs for either team. Still a 1.3 thousand gold lead for Cloud9, but that type of recovery is very necessary for 100 Thieves. They don't need to win early game to win this game. They need to survive early game to win this game. And getting that kill and that grub is big. If they can go for the flashless JoJo, it's huge.
Oh, JoJo, man. One more hit from that 3 talent strike would knock him up, but River doesn't have enough to guarantee the CC. Now Sniper's gonna get ganked by Blabber. Topside's not looking good for the 100 Thieves, as Sniper can't fight his way out of this one, and Fudge is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about combined kills per minute going into this game, right? And Blabber has been everywhere on this map, which is really interesting, again, considering how they drafted. I was thinking, like, okay, maybe they'll do like a Blabber carry comp, you know, with they take the Xin Zhao, they take a Kindred or something. They play for him like he's Milky Way. But I love seeing this out of Blabber too, because again, his understanding of where he needs to be on the map, how he can combine, where he needs to shut 100 Thieves down in their solo lanes, because this is a team that primarily plays through those solos.
They absolutely do, and I think last week was a huge showing of that for 100 Thieves, where Sniper was just able to generate a lot of solo kills on his own. That's not something that is likely to happen this game. The fact that he's already 17 CS down, has been killed by the Twisted Fate and the Lee Sin, and has generally been under his turret for most of the game. You add on top of that River hasn't really had any freedom to move to top lane because he's needed to take care of the sway in the mid lane thanks to the pressure Blabber has been giving, and it just limits the ways in which 100 Thieves can win this game. 2,100 gold, now the difference at 9 minutes.
So we know that Cloud9 looks their best when they are smashing the early game. And right now, 9 minutes into the game, 2,000 gold ahead, 1 Drake plus the extra kills, even grub state, like you said. So it's not like there's this inevitability with split pushing later on or something. Combine that with the fact that even if they did want to split push with grubs, you've got Talia and Twisted Fate to catch guys out. C9's early game seems to be going their way.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a really interesting year for Cloud9 because I'd say we had the offseason hype of them being a super team and asking, will they ever lose? Then they went on this 4-game losing streak, but I'd say their general play style stayed fairly consistent throughout. They were trying to snowball early games, and then it was whether or not they could actually turn that win lane into a win game, but they've generally lacked cohesion. So I'd say this is a slightly larger early game lead that they've had for most of the split, but I think it's still yet to be seen if they can pilot this team composition to victory cleanly.
That's actually why I kind of really like the grub contest as we see River kind of polish off that last one, is that I think where C9 have had problems with, say, like a Lucian lane, right? It's kind of transferring that pressure and making the most of it in the mid game around the map.
Nice, Quid going in, and Ayla's ready to follow up right behind him for the lockdown. Spiraling Despair gets it done. 100 Thieves playing aggressively with the Hui Flash to find the JoJo kill.
And that actually evens the mid lane, if you can believe it. The 2-0 JoJo had an extra 150 gold bounty. The wave got caught by Quid afterwards. He's actually ahead of the Talia in gold now after that disastrous die to the level 3 gank, get solo killed at level 5 start.
Yeah, and this is great for 100 Thieves mid lane, especially if they can get the next set of grubs. As I see, Blabber is now down, getting that second Drake, which is actually, again, great objective control from C9.
And I like the fact that we're bringing up, hey, mid lane's actually pretty even. It's slightly 100 Thieves favored because the game itself is still over 1,500 gold favoring C9. And it's because when you look at these side lanes, 100 farm versus 78, 97 versus 82, comparing the Tom Kench over to the Smolder, Cloud9 side lanes are still farming better, and 100 Thieves is going to either have to stop that or make up for it somewhere else with another big play.
Yeah, and the thing that they've done really well, again, is use that Drake, that bot lane pressure to transfer into early Drake stacking, right?
Yeah.
Because even if you're looking at, oh, we're kind of afraid of the scaling on Smolder, we're afraid of the mid-game damage that this Quay is going to be able to do, they bridge that by stacking these Drakes early, right? Because Senna can actually be a monster late game as well. And if they can, again, spread that pressure around the map, which is what I'm going to be seeing from C9, right? Because it's not like they don't get early leads. It's that, what are they going to do with that early lead?
And I think the player that will need to do the most with his lead is who we have on screen right now, Fudge's TF. He has Static Shiv, so he can push waves even faster, and he has a global. Not to mention, he has a 1,200 gold lead on Sniper. And we brought up that graphic earlier about Sniper's very successful rookie split, and Fudge's rookie split, which in retrospect is surprisingly successful because when he first came in the league, a lot of people thought he was bad, but within that same split, he actually won the LCS title. So he would know that you need to respect younger top laners, and he's really putting it to Sniper early game here.
Blabber trying to, again, maintain control over neutral territory here, stepping up with JoJo. There's Fudge! That's the global you guys are talking about. C9 with the 3-man play to pick off River.
Yeah, I love as soon as Jack called out, okay, you know, Fudge, here was his first year into the LCS. What is he going to do with this lead? That first TF ult coming in.
And Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper making his teleport entrance to the fight as Ayla and Meech deal with Vulcan, and Sniper forces Berserker to flash away to make his exit. Ayla dies to the Dawning Shadow. C9 are not just going to take this one lightly. Vulcan's still with that thick skin ready to go. He might just be able to escape. He survives the Comet. An absolute failure from 100 Thieves in the bottom lane. C9 outplays him and slays him.
We're pretty close to going next after that situation because they use the Twisted Fate ultimate to get a kill in the river. Then they use the Senna ultimate and their own damn wit to win the 2v3 in the bottom lane. That just goes from bad to worse for 100 Thieves because they get 3v1 ganked and then they do their own 3v2 gank but lose both sides. What a sequence by C9.
Yeah, and now Sniper's going to have to walk back to this lane. He's not going to be able to catch most or some of this wave up topside, and another plate goes to Fudge as we see the bot lane play again.
Yeah, and this, I really did like the start of it for 100 Thieves, but it's a little bit of greed here where they're trying to get both and they get none. Sniper just straight up goes to Berserker, wants to get the solo kill. I don't think Sniper's flash is quite up yet. I'd say Berserker timed his root and his flash very well, but if Sniper just immediately goes for Vulcan, they can potentially burst him before Ayla even goes down, and then Vulcan wouldn't even bother expending his flash because he'd be dead anyway. But because he got the kill, he limits the CC, he saves his flash until Sniper is used his spells, and it's just expertly done by both Berserker and Vulcan, but it all does stem from 100 Thieves feeling a bit of pressure and not wanting to take the one sure kill, going for 2 and getting 0.
Yeah, and it's so important, again, also just for that topside matchup, right? Because it continues to widen the gap that Fudge has over here, especially since his first play worked out so well. As we see them turning on to Rift Herald, I am curious if C9
should fight this.
Yeah, they should be able to very easily.
100 Thieves have 4 players already in the river. Sniper could rotate over, but remember there's no teleport for him to try to get a superior angle if that's what he wants. Nope. Herald down to 2,000 HP already. Still, one more proc on the eye. Herald slain by River and 100 Thieves. C9 are not going to contest.
Interesting choice there. JoJo did have teleport, but he'd rather take the solo turret gold for himself, and they're betting that 100 Thieves isn't able to make good use of that Rift Herald. Objective bounties were not up yet, so it's not like a Giga Herald, which just boosts you an extra 500 gold. And yes, it does give a small window if 100 Thieves can get a pick, but at the moment, I think C9 is thinking if we just hold this lane pressure, let's let 100 Thieves invest 5 people, we're going to get the bot lane and the top lane pushed. They think they can make more plays off of this. They did kill the bot turret, and you can see the top turret is 1 gank away from falling as well.
So if you guys are calling the shots right now for 100 Thieves, this game state is pretty dire. You're 4,000 gold down. They've got both of the Drakes. What do you do to just try to hold on in this game? Is it just start praying and hope that Smolder hits 225 really fast?
Yes. I mean, Smolder is always a win condition, right? Like, even with the nerfs that came through on the hotfix, I think Smolder is still remarkably strong. As we see what they're going to do with this mid lane scrap.
Yeah, I think as well, Flowers, what they're going to do is they're actually going to try and fight this dragon. Because they're getting picked off so much, they can't control River Vision because of the multiple globals, but they use this window, they push bot lane, means they get first setup on River, and this is the one fight where they don't think they can get flanked from behind. So they can control the fight lines, maybe get a 5v5, they look at the items, they're not that far behind in items right now. If they secure this dragon, they can guarantee themselves an extra 4 minutes, so they're going all in right now.
Sniper walking over through mid lane. He's going to at least answer the wave that C9 is trying to crash in there, but Blabber is still hanging around to at least make River and the 100 Thieves sweat as they try to approach this Drake. It's still down to about half HP, but C9 has moved in. C9's got control over the Drake pit now as River jumps in, and the dragon is secured by 100 Thieves. Mom comes in over the top, but River's been kicked back into C9. Blabber dies to do it, and River stays alive to the dawning shadow. Sniper with a flash back over the wall makes his exit, but now what about the rest of the Thieves? Dredgeline won't hit Fudge, but he can't get in range for a gold card. There, okay. All right, I was worried for a second. I thought we might get another re-engage, but we're good. We're good.
Perfectly done by 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
They had no risk of getting flanked by the Twisted Fate or Talia. They got the Smite steal, and then they also didn't even lose the fight. The extra reason I think this was good is because if they do actually get aced, they're not giving up Baron or anything. This is why I think it's better to fight this Drake than the Soul Point. But Emily, take it away.
Yeah, so, I mean, we see the Talia wall go down, River goes in, ends up getting the Smite steal, which is obviously really, really important to get that Drake. But I think even more important, like you said, is the fight that ensues where they're able to get a 1-for-0 on the backside here.
And if you look at the way C9 actually needs to approach these fights... Oh, we almost had audio there. I wanted to see what he was saying. Clearly, Golden Glue is pumped about that one because that's exactly how they need to fight. Cloud9 does not have good, straightforward, or as CoreJJ used to say, eye contact fights where it's front to back. The best tank is Tom Kench, but he's kind of peeling anyway. Their two solo laners are weirdly mid-range, and then maybe you have Blabber trying to fly in for a kickback, but he could get Way-feared, which, by the way, just interrupts all dashes because it does a little knockdown effect as well, so you just get interrupted in midair. And way better frontline engage from the Nautilus. So, yes, it is 4,000 gold difference, but the amount of time that 100 Thieves bought themselves there is massive. Like, I feel like they turned an 80-20 game into like a 65-35 game. They're still not up the mountain yet, but they've started to come back.
All right, 100 Thieves trying to put that Herald to good use up here in the top lane, looking for the tier 1. A TP coming in from Cloud9 to stop them from being able to finish the job. The turret still stands with about half HP. This is kind of the problem of having that Aatrox and the TF matchup. Aatrox never got to the point where he could do any meaningful work on the turret up until this point, so you've got a long, long way to go before you can get rid of that. Still a 4,500 gold lead here for C9. Meech at half HP here in mid lane. Worth pointing out, 160 stacks here at 19 minutes on the Smolder, so probably, again, sort of around that 23-24 minute mark that appears to be most common for Smolder in the LCS. We'll see him get online with the 225, and that's when you can start feeling a lot stronger in these fights, I think.
Yeah, right now I think we're on hashtag Smolder Watch for 100 Thieves, but then additionally for C9, where I really want to see them shine now is in spreading 100 Thieves on the map so that they have complete side lane control, right? Because you have a Talia, you have a Twisted Fate, you should be able to completely control where you're applying map pressure so you can avoid those front-to-back team fights where 100 Thieves should be able to beat you.
And I think the way they can manifest that is in the rivers. So when 100 Thieves is trying to get control of the bot or the top river, I think that's the best place to strike because in theory, that's where you could have the TF and the Talia joining kind of at the same time to get a pure numbers advantage. So situations like this, and this is where 100 Thieves has to be very careful. When Sniper is showing on this wave, other people can't show. Because if you show too many people at once, Cloud9 can guarantee their numbers advantage. So they did it really well there. He was showing, Smolder went to Raptors, now he's not showing, now they can show in the bot and the mid lane.
Also, want to point out, since we're talking about Cloud9's ability to set up these picks, make these plays, second fully completed item for Fudge is the rapid-fire cannon. Not the highest DPS option, but so good for playmaking. Jojo flashing away from the Severing Bolt as River needed a little bit more distance to catch up to him there. The phase rush doing so much work to get Talia away from the pursuing Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and then as we see Fudge continuing to push out this topside wave, I do really like how C9 have tried to set this up. Invading on this topside now, really making sure that Fudge has coverage, and they're actually TPing in for this. So they'll probably set this up with a Taliyah wall to take down this turret.
Yeah, they're kind of trading gold there, though. Like, 100 Thieves is going to clear the wave as best they can. And if Quid is able to get that bot lane turret, this is a fairly neutral trade for 100 Thieves. I think it's still, okay, fairly neutral. Slightly favored for Cloud9 because it's a second-tier turret and it's better Baron control. But, like, gold-wise, it really doesn't move the gap by that much.
Yeah, we've been sitting at this 4,500 gold mark for what feels like, 5-6 minutes now. C9 trying to snowball the lead even further. Seismic Shove does not connect on River, but it's all about the minion wave. Just get it shoved up, be ready to answer into that tier 1 turret. But here comes 100 Thieves. Ayla ain't gonna find the dredge line, but River's here in the front with a crescent sweep as soon as the fight starts. That's a huge kill on Quid. Cloud9 ends this one before it really gets going.
Blabber does it, and now they're gonna turn for Baron. I don't know if they actually had eyes on that TP, but they made the right engage and they struck before 100 Thieves can make the flank happen. The hook missed, Blabber's kick landed, and they're going straight for this Baron, but 4v5, and 100 Thieves doesn't want to give it up.
100 Thieves are thinking about it. Still not enough stacks on Smolder for the execute. Ayla goes in, finds the dredge line this time. Fudge having to flash away, and now Sniper's about to get bursted down. Vulcan versus River, but River is very low. Berserker has got the kill on Sniper, and the Baron's not going to be low enough to steal as River tries to get himself away, but it's a double kill back over to the center, and Berserker is popping off. 100 Thieves are falling down, and Cloud9 is running the show.
Yeah, that was so good from C9. Again, we have talked about where you could potentially beat 100 Thieves with their experience, right? And it's in these objective setups. So it starts with this team fight in mid. Obviously, Sniper wants to come through with the TP, but he is too far away. And so as soon as they're able, Blabber's able to get that kick onto Quid, he evaporates. And then the fight's over, right? Because 100 Thieves can't contest this. Sniper already knows that, so he goes back up. And then they try to contest this, but doesn't work out.
So one important thing about this replay as well that you all were not able to observe, as soon as Baron was slain, JoJo types second place team so good. But he's clearly typing with such speed and passion that half of the words are misspelled. So he's really getting into the emotions of the mid game here as Cloud9 now commands an absolutely remarkable lead. 7,500 gold. They're on Soul Point now, and they're forcing down the tier 2 in bottom lane.
And I'm actually expecting 100 Thieves to not take this lightly. I think they know with the Soul Point that they're in relatively dire situations. If they can find a flank engage or see any window, I think they're going to go for it. Like, this whole year, 100 Thieves has not let themselves get starved out. In fact, one of their wins against Cloud9, they were also down about 8,000 gold. That was a game where Berserker Zeri had a pentakill, and there was a crazy fight when they had Baron and they took them out. So 100 Thieves, like, you always have to be ready for them to strike, even if this game feels one for Cloud9.
And we are just about to reach 225 for Meech. We're almost there. He just got it. All right. So we'll see if it's smoldering time for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, about average 225 stack time for Meech. It's 2 minutes faster than the last time he played Smolder, which I'd say is pretty impressive in a game where they've been this losing, right? They haven't been able to initiate their own skirmishes. They haven't been first onto waves. So Meech has done a pretty good job of getting the stacks. What he doesn't have is items. Stacks are one thing, but you need your Q to, your super true damage Q to actually do some damage. He doesn't even have a second complete item yet.
Yeah, and then you look over across the other side. Fudge now with the Stormrazor completed for the Twisted Fate top deck build. The first card off the top of the deck just goes kaboom. It's not exactly the best thing to be on the receiving end of, but it's a great tool for helping set up these plays for C9. You've also got another item completed with the opportunity on Berserker Senna. 3-0-1. He's got 111 souls of his own. C9's wallet advantage is huge. 100 Thieves are not going to get a whole lot more chances to not come out on top in a fight.
If C9 group up too much, they can get Quaid, but otherwise they're in good spot.
River here on the start, immediately had to pop the ulti. He was almost burst down. The fear on JoJo forces him back now as well. 100 Thieves still looking to chase after him. Meech and the rest of the Thieves dig in and defend. They force C9 back enough to at least remove the pressure for now.
Yeah, and I mean, Quid is still in a weirdly good spot, because he's been given all of the side lane farm, right?
Yeah.
Like, he got that bot side turret, he ended up getting top side turret, so he's not in a bad spot in relation to, as we see, Sniper is going to get caught out top side.
I want to talk about bad spots.
Yeah, it's this guy.
That's a bad spot.
Unlucky.
Yeah. It's a bad game for him, too. He is 4,500 gold down against the Twisted Fate, 0-3-0, so absolutely zero kill participation. After having his best week ever as an LCS player. So he reached his peak, and at the moment, he's feeling it. It'll be really interesting to see how he will respond to this in Game 2 as a 17-year-old rookie. He's got so much confidence inherently, but to get knocked down like this against a player in Fudge who had a very off split, but is extremely accomplished. So Fudge has been in so many high-pressure MSI Worlds, LCS Finals level experiences, whereas Sniper here is in his very first playoff game and, at least for now, has fallen flat on his face in Game 1. So he will have to bounce back as the series progresses.
Yeah, and looking ahead, I mean, we look at the other side where Fudge locked in this counterpick Twisted Fate top, right? And we're like, okay, how is this going to go? Because outside of, again, stuff like the Udyr, or even the Renekton, where he just takes complete control over the actual waves in topside and plays with pressure that way, he hasn't had like a particularly stellar standout like carry split, right? So him being able to lock in this counter pick going forward tells 100 Thieves, okay, now this is another facet of C9 we weren't sure that we had to worry about. We now have to worry about it.
And I would say, compared to the regular season or even the last week version of Cloud9 we've seen, this has been a more decisive team. They had the early game lead, but the instant we said, okay, Fudge needs to do something with this gold lead, bam, he killed River. Oh, this Berserker Vulcan bot lane hasn't been performing. Berserker hasn't been able to get stacks on Senna. They win a 2v3, 126 stacks at 27 minutes. Still not great, but it's actually decent with the way he's played this game, 3-0-1. Now, 47 seconds away from a potential Infernal Soul. Very difficult for 100 Thieves to make an approach. Cloud9 want to close the door on this Game 1.
And turn your eyes to the top left part of your screen, too. That timer for that Drake is going to almost perfectly line up with the timer for Baron as well. Having both of these buffs active on the map at the same time always feels hugely favorable for the team that's sitting on Soul Point, because it's so easy to pull your opponents back and forth, make them make bad decisions. 100 Thieves are going to have to be clean with the execution if they want to keep surviving in this game number 1. Ayla getting away there. C9 moving up. They wanted to see if there was an angle for Fudge, but not quite. Nothing hits over the wall. Sonic Wave and Seismic Shove both going wide as the poke gets thrown back and forth between both sides. Berserker, look, it just takes a quarter of River's health in one shot. C9 falling back now yet again as 100 Thieves bring Sniper back into the fight there with his Unleashed TP. Sonic Shadow nearly kills Meech. Trenchline goes back in, but I don't even know if Ayla wanted it. They try to put the burst on C9. The Spiraling Despair on Blabbering going to kill him, but it takes him low. Sniper and Ayla even lower. Meech also at 20%. C9 makes their way over to Drake. They've still got control.
And with that 10,000 gold lead, they were actually able to win an eye contact 5v5. That's kind of the break point they needed to hit in this game. Because if they can win a mid lane ARAM with this comp, as well as completely dominate side lanes, there's not many ways for 100 Thieves to win the game.
Yeah, and that's Infernal Soul down for them. They also have incredible vision control as, you know, the last-ditch effort from 100 Thieves. River is going to try to clear out some of this vision around Baron, but they have complete control of the map too, right? So wherever 100 Thieves are trying to fight them, they have to ensure that their setup is so good and so clean, and their team fight targeting is so clean that they end up beating the advantages. I don't know if it's possible.
Yep. I think 100 Thieves is about to flip something. Okay. That's the way this is
Might
feeling.
as well.
I think they are at the Baron pit, so they would like to get Cloud9 there as well, and they want to fight them. I think that's their best 10% chance way of winning this game.
You think it's as high as 10?
5, 10? Once you're that low?
It's a legitimate question.
No,
you're down
right. I need to
so
think about
much.
it.
You're down 10,000 gold. You're down an Infernal Soul. Your opponents have total control over everything. Item advantages pretty much everywhere.
I'll put it at 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it at 5.
That's not bad.
If you're in solo queue, it would be like 15. But if it's a playoff game, it's 95% C9 win.
Spiraling Despair on Fudge. Quid still getting jumped on, though. He's trying to get away. He escapes and just barely survives thanks to Ayla and the shield. Mom comes in over the top, but Sniper's already in the dirt. River tries to flash over the wall. Crescent Guard to knock a target back away. Fudge is still going to just kite him out, and Vulcan gets the kill. C9 pick up 2, almost 3. Any dreams the Thieves might have had of fighting for this Baron are dashed.
Yeah, and there you see exactly what we're talking about, right? Like C9, with the control they have over the map, with the advantages they have, they can just wait for a play like that. And even when 100 Thieves try to respond, like Sniper in particular, he's supposed to be kind of this front line for this team. And he is dying before he can even zone anyone off.
Yeah, he has less gold than Vulcan. He is the poorest player, like, other than Ayla in this game. Sniper is so far behind right now. Okay, other than Ayla and River. Everyone on 100 Thieves is behind. Yeah. Cloud9's really rich. That's the point.
And when you look at champions that want to be on the front line, that want to be soaking damage, you have a traditional tank who's just a giant brick wall, or you have a drain tank. And when you're behind, playing a drain tank feels awful because you will die before you can do any of the draining that makes you tanky. He's got 2 lethality items. It's not like this guy is building defensive. This is not something where he can just go in and soak all that burst, and C9 knows it. There's pretty much no bad target you can select on 100 Thieves because the damage is so high, they'll burst anybody down. Now they've got the full 5-man squad pushing down top lane. Baron-empowered minions, so Wei can't just clear them away with a Magma Fissure. Jojo throws out the Weaver's Wall. 100 Thieves still trying to defend. River's over in mid, wanted to clear that wave out, so Cloud9 can't just bounce back and forth between the two and apply even more pressure, but C9 keeping it on.
I will say the Wei Smolder wave clear is pretty immense, but now Cloud9 finally gets to take a few shots.
Jojo gets hit by the Snot Bubble, but not a whole lot more going to follow that one up. Dredgeline wanted to go in, but not quite going to find the hit. That means the tier 3 turret falls here in the top lane. Inhibitor is your next target. C9 not stopping anytime soon. Berserker using the heals to make sure that Jojo doesn't get too low. They want to keep this going. Backing up now because they don't have a wave ready to go in mid. That was already cleared out. Bottom lane's also not ready to crash, so C9's going to regroup, reset. They've still got another 75 seconds on this Baron.
Yeah, and even you see there, even if they're not going for the fight, they still have the tools to be able to zone all of 100 Thieves off of these inhibitors, right?
Yeah. I will say, as far as 14,000 gold leads go, this is one of the weaker 14,000 gold leads I've seen. Does that make sense?
How many 14,000 gold leads have you seen?
Exactly, because
in your entire lifetime, Jet.
Usually the game is over before it gets to 14,000.
Okay.
So the point is that with the TF Talia, the 14,000 gold lead, you still need to be a little creative to end this game because they don't have true tanks, they don't have great engages. Again, they're still probably going to win, but I'm saying there's a chance with the way 100 Thieves, like they only lost one inhibitor down Soul Baron with a 14,000 gold deficit.
Did you hear the guy in the audience who just yelled, ow? Because 2 shots from Senna
River just
took half of River's health?
14,000 gold hurts. No one's denying this.
All right, Weaver's Wall's coming in. Jojo and the rest of C9 ready to block 100 Thieves away from the tier 3 turret in bottom lane. They got 10 seconds left on Baron, but that's plenty of time. Inhibitor now under pressure here as C9 will just continue whittling it away. Berserker's got the range to keep poking on the thing. Dredgeline hits a minion. Ayla hits the ground. C9's got a 5v4. The inhibitor's still in their sight. Fudge looking maybe for an angle here with the ulti. Mom comes in. Blabber's burning, but he ain't low enough just yet. Meat's trying to stay away from the unraveled earth as River wants an entry point, using the ulti to knock Blabber back into the rest of the team, but now Meech is dead. Fudge has him locked up, beaten down. C9 should just walk it in for the win. 4 players still alive in the enemy base as Quid tries to survive, but he'll die on the steps of his own base. Sniper is stuck back in the fountain. C9 are running the show. Game number 1. They made this look one-sided. They'll take down 100 Thieves.
Yeah, statement game 1 victory from C9, especially, again, in that final team fight you saw. Fudge understood the assignment, right? Yeah. He's like, their win condition is Smolder. I need to get on this dragon as soon as possible. I think this is a great victory for C9, not only because of execution, but again, the draft they locked in, they knew exactly how they wanted to pilot it. Blabber got involved early. We didn't see any of the early pathing shenanigans that we usually see from River to be able to help out his lanes, and it really started with that mid-jungle synergy that we've wanted to see from Blabber and Jojo all year.
And I think statement game 1 for Cloud9 for sure. They were 2 wins behind 100 Thieves in the regular season. They are very clear that they do not think regular season matters whatsoever. They just took the side selection advantage completely away from 100 Thieves in game 1. They need 2 more wins to move on to the winners final.
JoJo's final comment in the all chat as the Nexus exploded was, wow, second place team, scary. So he's clearly feeling the Cloud9 momentum in game number 1. A reminder to all you fans at home, you can cast your own votes for Kia MVP and Kia All-Pro this year. Head over to KiaLCSAwards.com to place your vote now. But it's time now to head on back to the lounge to break it all down.
Thank you, Flowers, and welcome back to the lounge, fans, and welcome back to the stage, Cloud9. They are so back. They deserve so much credit for this game. I feel like that is the best game I've seen Cloud9 play in months, honestly. I've got my trusty observer over here, Mr. Azael, the Azerber.
I got you.
The Obzael is going to set us up with some replays here. Number 1, I just want to point out some things that are really intelligent that Cloud9 did, and you might not be able to see during the live game. One of the biggest things was how quickly Cloud9 started out with a lead, and Blabber deserves so much credit. Quid actually has flash, but look how Blabber hovers outside of Quid's vision. So when JoJo goes for this seismic shove onto Quid, he's thinking, oh, I don't have to flash JoJo's seismic shove because look, the HP is so low. We have River coming around. It's not going to be deadly. But Blabber comes from outside of vision, hovering around with his flash play here on the Lee Sin. And if we roll it through, then once you've let the seismic shove hit, you're just dead. And he blows the flash afterwards too. So as you already know, they do a repeat there, JoJo gets a solo kill, and Cloud9 start their early gold lead. Another really good example of Cloud9 outplay was in the bottom lane here. Berserker and Vulcan playing the 2v3, and they play it so incredibly well that they even turn around a kill, which gives them so much pressure. Already, the Senna Tahm Kench earning their own turret plates, so much aggression, that 100 Thieves feel like they have to teleport gank down here. And once the teleport does end up coming in, we'll see Sniper's the one who's going to try and teleport in. They're like, we got to put a stop to all this pressure Cloud9 bottom lane is putting on us. They use the ultimate. Berserker, look at that. He dodges in to dodge the Q from Aatrox so that he can also land the point blank snare. Let's rewind it here, Mr. Azael. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Assistant Azael.
Thank you, Azerver. We'll go a little bit slower.
Okay.
So the first one, let's go through and we'll look at Berserker first. So as Berserker's coming up, Sniper's gonna come in with his Q1, and Berserker has his extra move speed from his Wraith form, so he dodges the sweet spot, and he gets really close so he can land this snare guaranteed. Once the snare is landed, he uses the heal, and then he just flashes away from the second one. Now we'll take a look at what Vulcan does, because Vulcan in the other side of the 2v3 is putting damage into the Nautilus already, and he spits him out right where the Senna ult is coming through, so they even get a turnaround kill, 2v3. Then, of course, he goes straight for the blast cone. You can speed it back up now because it's just going to be Tahm Kench running away. He saves his gray health for maximum effect of the gray health. Thank you for the style zoom in, Azael. Really good camera work there.
It's a swag walk.
Can I get some applause in the chat? Very well done, observer here, Azael.
You got a future career.
Well, Raz, how you doing? I mean, that was a massive game for Cloud9. Obviously, I was the one who was most like on the 100 Thieves hype train.
Yes.
But so much credit to Cloud9. They're actually so back. I feel like the practice that they must have put in this last week already paying off. Their play is so much cleaner.
Yeah.
The coordination was really clean. I even super enjoyed their team composition. When you have the top lane Twisted Fate coming in late to supplement Talia, your map pressure is insane. You've got Senna ultimate, you've got Talia ultimate, and you have Twisted Fate ultimate. And if Blabber is playing out of his mind on Lee Sin, making all these plays, then you just have such an aggressive team comp.
I think 100 Thieves for sure need to look back on their draft. Maybe they will stick to what they were prepping for game 1 and then try and apply it in game 2. Like Nautilus for sure was just going to get punished the most you can possibly get punished. You're going into a Talia that's all, of course, difficult, a Tahm Kench, so the first pick is not going to be the one that gets the kill. You're also walking into Twisted Fate Gold card for objectives. So how Cloud9 played Drakes and also how they played the Rift Herald really early on made it really difficult for 100 Thieves to walk in. And then, of course, it's built for side laning. So the one thing that I wanted to mention, that you already kind of hit on with your telestrator, yes, mid lane got ahead because of that play. Top lane was ahead because of the matchup. Bot lane had a sizable lead, and we did not even pan down the camera to really see what was going on there. So it was really reminiscent of the first game that these teams had in the early portions of the split.
So 100 Thieves have selected blue side. To touch on the bot lane, Berserker, last time he played Senna, got a lot of flack for how bad his soul collection was. As the Nexus died in that game, at 31 minutes, he had about 80 souls. Yeah. In this game, he hit that mark before 17 minutes. So much better from Cloud9. They are looking really good in game number 1. But we're going to have to see if 100 Thieves can strike back. Game 2 coming up next.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We weren't part of that.
Mad.
Delusional.
Could have been more crazy.
Hey everyone, I'm Fudge from C9.
And I'm Jojo Pyun from C9.
And today we're reading the spiciest takes on Reddit League of Legends about Cloud9. Let's see.
Do Cloud9 think they can just out-hands everyone in the LCS?
Yes.
Yes. We think so.
Yes.
Yes. Next.
When's the last time Fudge was a factor? His rookie year. It's been all downhill since then. What do you mean? He's a factor for their losses. I mean, they're not wrong.
Any comment?
They're not wrong.
They're not wrong?
You know, today I shaved the beard because back then was when I...
You didn't have a beard?
2021 I didn't have a beard. 2022 I got a beard and I started playing more.
Really?
So I shaved the beard and we won instantly.
So it is the beard, no?
I think it's the beard.
I know NA ARAM is a bit of a meme, but god
Has C9 never heard of a side lane? LOL. I mean, it's kind of like, not really true, but
I mean, I don't think they understand how League of Legends works, so
I agree.
I don't think they know what side laning is. I don't think they know what grouping is. I don't think they know anything about macro.
I think Red is pretty smart, no? They definitely know what they're talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I was so busy reacting to SR winning in 27 minutes that I forgot how bad that dive was. Seen better dives in Bronze 4. You remember the dive?
I don't disagree.
I agree with him.
Yeah,
I didn't think I would agree so hard with the comment on Reddit.
I think the nameplates were off.
I'm glad they chose me and JoJo for this because we could say our opinions without, we weren't part of that.
I saw the angle. Like
I didn't see the angle.
Like if they waited a tiny bit,
I did not see the angle.
You didn't see the angle at all?
I didn't see the angle.
I was trying to say
completely agree.
C9 still winless without pauses. They're not wrong.
I mean, he's also true. That's also true. We are good at winning with pauses.
I mean, we just paused today and we won after our 4-game losing streak. So
C9 can't handle live patch LMAO. What does that even have to do with anything?
Yeah, that's not really true.
I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, but moving on.
He's delusional. Moving on.
JoJo mad fraudulent this game. But C9 played against a late game comp and did nothing to press their lead and got outscaled, laughing my ass off. C9 in Worlds form. I mean, honestly, I'm not sure which game this was.
I don't know what game he's talking about, but I agree.
I disagree.
Mad fraudulent in every single game that we've lost.
It's my fault, mid-gap.
Play a normal comp in the game is free. I agree. Draft gap. I don't know. Reddit's been kind of weak recently, no? You must have given me some weak comments there. I expected some like harder flame.
Yeah, I was expecting like the JoJo and Fudge or dog fire them or something, but these were like whatever. So
yeah,
I mean, it's all right.
These were kind of like true, like half of them.
I think it could have been more crazy though.
I wish it was more crazy. Then I could like flame them back, but they were just saying true statements. I don't know. Reddit just like only remembers your last game that you played. Like the last game you played is whether or not you're a god or you're dog. So I am not gonna think too much about it.
Just focus on ourselves and play well. Is that easy?
Thank you for watching. The hate comments have been kind of weak, so make sure to hate on us some more so that we can have some good content. Thank you.
I agree.
Well, Fudge just said you're only as good as your last game, and Reddit only remembers your last game. That determines if you're a god or not.
That's true.
Well, I think they're gods then with the last game. That looked pretty damn good.
They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, he was smurfing up there with the top lane Twisted Fate 2. Get him counter pick. I mean, big gold lead. Again, I loved the draft overall and how they want to play the entire map. I feel like that's right into Cloud9's strengths. Strong early game moves and then lots of map pressure.
And 100 Thieves are choosing the blue side, I believe. So we're going to be seeing, if they get the counter pick for Fudge once again, if there's going to be any changes in the picks and the bans. Things were pretty standard in the bans in game number 1. You had pointed out, JoJo drew kind of a respect ban. We saw River draw a little bit of a respect ban with the Vi. So the Vi and the Nico could be some options if they want to swap things out. Because one of the concerns that people had coming into the series was that Sniper could get shut down, maybe with some counter picks, maybe with some bans. Game 1 turned out to be true.
Skip work. Watch Cloud9.
Just don't show their faces. Don't narc. Hide the faces.
Hide them. Hide
them. the signs. Don't show the faces.
Wait, that was Jack that stood up there, too.
There's C9 employees. Yeah. Jack's like, wait 1 second here.
These are your guys. Get them.
Fraud 9, Fudge 9. Those are good. Those are good.
I mean,
the Drake memes.
Fudge was definitely big, and he's drawn it. Look at that. Twisted Fate ban immediately.
There's 2 picks that are actually being left up right now from 100 Thieves. They have to decide between the Nico ban or the Orianna ban, with Twisted Fate now going under the bench. Like, I guess the idea is that, JoJo played so well into Leah pick that they really wouldn't care that much if he were to go towards the Orianna.
They're going to first pick Senna, I think. Okay, so Snap Cloud9 bans it. So they banned out Smolder, so I was going to ask, would they actually be willing to first pick the Senna because they first picked Nautilus last game and left Senna up? Clearly, they're not willing to make that trade anymore, so they ban out the Smolder to force the Senna ban from Cloud9, and now it is an Ahri first pick here for Quid, which he had some really good games on Ahri. That's also a pick that JoJo has always really been known for as well. So definitely a big change up already in draft.
And in the last patch, Ahri got the buffs that people just started being really confident again blind picking it.
Yeah.
So it's just risen as a premier mid lane blind pick.
Oh no, it's Lucian Nami. Cloud9 fans.
There we go.
Cloud9 fans are shaking in their boots.
No. Somebody check on Meteos. Where's Meteos?
He's not happy about this one.
This is literally the meme of we're so back, we're doomed, it's over,
Oh my goodness.
I actually really like their last Lucian game, so I'm going to give them that one, and it's going to be something they're done. It's quite good.
with Berserker dashing and killing himself and almost losing them the game in the base.
I remember only the lanes.
The other, how about the other one where he was like 0-0-0 until the last fight?
We got some Lucianators up here.
Yeah, it's garbage. And they picked it again, and everyone hates when Cloud9 plays this.
But they also got JoJo's Nico with it, which saved them about 7 different times with game-saving plays, the JoJo Nico. So it's like, you get the cursed, bottom lane duo of like, we're gonna win with Lucian Nami
again. They have the atomic bomb and the coughing baby on the same team.
There you go.
They're both on one squad.
JoJo Nico has been insane though, so we'll see.
He's him on Nico.
Yes. One thing I want to point out is that they're actually dropping top lane of 4 or 5 100 Thieves is. So I think that's better for them. Sadly, I think Cloud9 would much rather just pick their top laner anyways. So the only information you're going to get is basically what Blabber is going to be picking, and it's likely that it's going to be a Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a aggressive jungle.
Yeah.
When you're a jungler and you see your mid laner is picking up Nico here, like you are so happy. Nico is one of the mid laners that you can get push really easily and move with your jungler, and you have insane CC. So this is going to be, again, an aggressive Cloud9 comp. Obviously, they locked in Lucian, Nami, and Nico. So you're thinking, with the way that they played game number 1, they're going to want to snowball. They're going to want to try and beat the timer on Aphelios Lulu before the Aphelios Lulu starts mowing everybody down.
It is interesting, though, because they are kind of a bit lacking on hard engage. So Wukong would actually make a lot of sense, as a bit of that go button. So they are going to lock in the Wukong here for Blabber, which I really like because it does kind of fit his playstyle when he's at his best. It's a champion that works well with a lot of gold, that gets the advantage of getting a ton of farm as well, can be a massive team fighter, and can combo incredibly well with the Nico, with the Wukong. The Nami ult comes over the top, the culling comes over the top, and they're going to save 5th pick for Fudge. So I do think conceptually C9 draft makes sense, but I absolutely have concerns about how the Lucian Nami is going to perform, because if they don't do really well, you're just going to get insta-outscaled by Aphelios Lulu.
So I've been in this position looking at Cloud9 comps before where you're waiting for the 5 pick and you're thinking, ooh, if Fudge had like a tank with some hard engage, that would really round it out.
Yeah.
And then he goes with like Jace or something like that, and you're like, oh, another volatile or...
Oh, Kindred.
Okay.
Hey, this is insane. Milky Way is actually changing, drafts across the world. Everybody's starting to play Kindred. They want more carry junglers, and they do have a Lulu on the team. It can help River as well.
It's a Blabber pick as well, right? So it's kind of picking one of his comfort picks against him. It does really good job in answering some of this hard engage, this AoE engage as well, to be able to kind of deny that initial first kill through the Nico ultimate, the Wukong ultimate, etc. We also have that 5th pick Jax. How are you feeling about that for Cloud9? It's more kind of priority again on the side lane, Ras.
I like it, at least if with how well they're playing towards him now, at least since the break. I think that we've been seeing a lot of great lanes from Fudge, so that's been a positive for me. The one thing that I don't like about the Kindred pick is because usually you would want to have Kindred Nico within your own team. And I think if it wasn't Lucian, Nami, and the bot side of the map, they would have done that. But in this case, I think it's a little harder in team fights where it's even, where the Nico right after Kindred ult expires is going to be beneficial for Cloud9. So that's the only thing to look out for me.
All right, well, I think it's all eyes for Cloud9 fans on that bot lane. Will the Lucian Nami succeed? Let's find out as we're going to hand it over to the casters to take us away.
Thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for game number 2 here with this series. If you haven't missed game number 1, well, the super team was looking pretty super, and 100 Thieves have not yet beaten the allegations here in playoffs.
True. One thing I want to clear up, though, about Kindred play, just because everyone's like, Milky Way is playing Kindred, why can't we play Kindred? I watch a lot of LPL, probably too much. And one of the things that team does really well, or like when you see Shun on BLG lock in like a Jax jungle, is they play around that specifically, right? So you protect marks. You have a mid laner like, if not Nico, then even Annie or something, or a Karma or something where you are supporting, and that carry jungle style comes from the way the entire team plays it. With this composition, it's really interesting for 2 reasons from 100 Thieves. One, we've not really seen them play that way around River when he's carrying. It's something more that on the Vi, where it's a lot about teamfight targeting, how he affects lanes. But the bot lane is also really interesting too.
All right, as we're waiting for the players to get into the PvP of the game, we're going to go toss things down to Mrs. Chim Chim and her interview with Golden Glue.
last game is we picked a little bit too much scaling. We thought, game one was going to start pretty slow, and we wanted to have more scaling, but we weren't able to fight early, which is one of our big strengths. So we picked a better comp, I think, that lets us fight more early. And I think they overall still played pretty well. We just kind of got rolled over from some snowballing early. So yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty good about game 2.
And what do they need to focus on to make sure that they can secure this win?
We were talking about just giving each other confidence to fight. I think last game we couldn't really fight early, so sometimes you get in this mindset to where like you never want to fight. So just giving each other confidence and to take aggressive fights is going to be the key for us.
Alrighty, thank you so much, and I'm gonna send it back to you, casters.
The one thing I'm worried about along those lines of what Golden Glue's talking about, being able to take fights where you want them, the difference in go buttons between these compositions. I'm looking at 100 Thieves, you got Aatrox, you got Kindred, R. There might be a couple tools to try to set up a pick here, but when you compare that to the engage power of Wukong and Nami Waves and Nico, C9 seems to have a lot more tools at their disposal.
Yeah, and I think the performance that C9 put on in game 1 is quite encouraging. Like, if you were to watch a preseason power ranking video and then watch game 1 of this playoff series, you'd think nothing was amiss.
Sure. Yeah, totally normal split. Everything is to expectation.
Exactly, and that's what 100 Thieves has to bounce back from, because they've elevated themselves so much with their 10-4 regular season and their number 2 seed, and they need to get back to, as Golden Glue said, the team that fights a lot. They led the league in combined kills per minute. It was actually higher than teams in most regions, and immediately River really wants to hop this wall and go at JoJo, but JoJo, we'll see if he gives the window.
Well, the charm not hitting there means JoJo won't be completely locked down.
A lot of damage.
But River getting some nice damage here with this gank. JoJo flashes away to live, just barely hanging on. But Blabber's now going to make his presence known in the bottom lane. Meech still trying to escape.
Might be dead.
Yeah, Blabber's just going to dash forward there with a clone. Easy first blood for the Cloud9 jungler.
Yeah, and I think, again, the big thing here, as we see Fudge has shoved this entire wave in and is now going to start dirty farming on the top side. Fudge is really good at playing around leads like this. They should be able to take a lot of top side advantage and be able to track River even better. But watching River's Kindred is so interesting because he still typically plays for his lanes.
Ooh, nicely done from Blabber there, guaranteeing the Scuttle Crab control.
Yeah, and Blabber plays a ton of Kindred, so he knows better than anyone, right? You want... The team is going to want to protect these marks. River has been known to sometimes skip marks, though. I actually tracked him versus Blabber, I remember, in terms of his early pathing and how the two junglers play differently around the Kindred pick specifically, as we see
Psycho
revisiting the flashless JoJo.
Yeah, and River's given up a lot of early pressure. I think if he waits a little bit, he might be able to get a mark spun on this next crab, but overall, a very good early game from Cloud9.
And I like how aggressively JoJo wants to play this lane, specifically because he knows Ahri has exactly one hard CC. It goes in a line and it stops at one target, and it's very easy to just use the Nico clone and say no.
Yeah, and again, we see tracking River is of the utmost importance. They were able to get that ward down thanks to Fudge's early topside pressure. They know exactly where he is. And the thing I'll say is, you like how JoJo's been playing aggressively. I like how aggressively Blabber has been playing, right? Like, I really like what he's done for his lanes as he's gonna catch out River on the top side.
Okay, River's going to have to surrender this Gromp to the power of Blabber's Smite Steal. He'll force the Kindred back over the wall. Meech and Ayla stuck underneath their turret right now. Meech only 300 HP left on that Aphelios, eating one of his biscuits to try to heal back up as JoJo keeps the pressure on there with the blooming blows in mid lane. Quid does not have a lot of health or mana to work with, and the problem is, teleports have already been spent on both of the mid laners, so C9 knows they've got control over the mid lane, they've got control over the top lane. No reason for Blabber not to be here just picking up some free grubs.
Dude, how happy is Blabber? Like, his mid laner absorbs the first gank, which allows Blabber to pick up first blood in bot lane. His mid laner then absorbs another gank.
Hold on, River with the flash over the wall, just going right after JoJo. The mounting dread with the followed up dance of arrows. River puts JoJo in the ground.
Okay. Next point, River never gives up because the third time's the charm, and it actually bounces him back in the game. Up until that point, JoJo had absolutely been giving Blabber a massive leg up in this game because Blabber got first blood, Blabber stole 2 camps, Blabber got the grubs, but because River now actually got the kill on a JoJo, he's okay in the game, and that is actually kind of a perfect encapsulation of River versus Blabber. Blabber takes the more efficient, somewhat guaranteed plays. River is willing to go all out and just keep trying, and over time he actually makes it work.
Yeah, as we see River coming down on this bot side. Again, the thing I really, really want to credit C9 for is tracking where he's going to be. Not just this game, but in the prior game, right? Like, obviously in this game, it's even more paramount, I think, to success because of how you really do want to protect those kindred marks. As we see River still hovering around bot, seeing if he can make something happen, but outside of that one kill, hasn't really been able to get much.
Exactly. There's just not looking like a whole lot of opportunity down here. Still pointing out that the advantage in the top lane is in Fudge's favor. The 1v1 for the Jax and the Aatrox, there's enough minions here to get Fudge back up to about a 10 minion lead over his opponent. These guys have been pretty much left in a vacuum the entire time, and Fudge just seems to be having a great time with it.
And I'd say the C9 solo lanes are doing an extremely good job, where the 100 Thieves solo lanes have been the strength of the team throughout the regular season, and it was one of the big ways they picked up the 10 wins. One interesting trend about the regular season, though, is 100 Thieves' early game was not that good, and it is yet to be good in this series. So if there would be a weakness to look at 100 Thieves before this series, it would be, can they actually hang on in the early games? Because they were 7th place or last place, so second to last or last place in many major statistical categories, and Cloud9 was actually towards the top in those. Push those two things together, and you might have Cloud9 running away with games, as they did in Game 1, and as they are potentially on pace to here in Game 2, with 3 grubs, first Drake, and 1,200 gold already in their pockets.
And it's about to be the Drake as well. You can see Blabber in the Drake pit picking this one up. Shouldn't have any difficulties with it because, again, it's so easy to be a jungler and look like you run the objective game when your lanes are just winning all over the map because the enemy can't contest you. Blabber got the grubs for free. He's going to get the Drake for free. C9 is very happy with the first 8 minutes of this game number 2.
Yeah, I am wondering, I was thinking they might look for something on top side with River here.
It's hard, though. It's a flash Jax.
Yeah, I mean, you might get him to use the helicopter, but after that, he's just going to fly away. Let's see if this turns into much. Nope. Counter-Strike's already ready.
Or to jump to.
Flashing away. Okay, they got the flash, so that's something. But now I am going to need to see some kind of a repeat visit here in the next 5 minutes because I just don't think Sniper wins this 1v1, even if he has flash and Fudge doesn't.
Yeah, probably not. They did get the gank post-teleport, so he should be able to crash this next cannon wave, deny a few minions. Although, actually, no, with how Fudge is already running out of base, he's going to catch the majority of that wave since it is a cannon wave. Won't give Sniper that big of an advantage. So Sniper, who did lead the league in solo kills, yet to get a kill in this series. Such a surprising rookie going up against Fudge, who actually won the entire LCS in his rookie split. And so far, Fudge has definitely had the upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah, and the other curious thing is, I know people are really eye-rolly about the Lucian Nami pick from C9, right?
Yeah.
Especially since, like, you look at the win rate, it's not bad. You think about that Shopify game, you're like, did they win because of the Lucian Nami? I think Lucian Nami can be incredibly powerful, especially if Blabber is spreading his early pressures. We see him kind of hovering around mid lane here because it leads to the early Drake stacking, which they've already stacked up. Blabber's really, I don't think he's gonna be able to go anything for here. But they end up using that bot side pressure, translate it into early objectives. And what I really want to see is how they move around the mid game, right?
Yeah.
Lucian can be so controlling in terms of the map pressure he puts down, in terms of the kill pressure he has alongside the Nami, and I really want to see C9 take advantage of that.
Blabber immediately saw that that crab was in the top side with the mark. He rushes towards it, and JoJo uses his clone as a pseudo ward to make sure that River and Quid weren't going to get there in time. But now River and Sniper and Ayla are all showing up here in this top side. River ready to try to contest the grubs. River grabs the first one, so no 6 grub count for the side of C9. Nice charm from Quid, hits the real JoJo. It's going to force them back. 100 Thieves should grab these grubs. There's the second one. So it looks like it'll be a 3-3 grub state unless Blabber can sneak in, but Quid still running interference, keeping the C9 jungler out.
I mean, a really successful contest for 100 Thieves, considering they were a little bit behind in that top lane matchup. I'd say that charm chunk they got onto JoJo prevented an all-out fight from occurring. Berserker also kind of auto-pathed towards bottom lane because he has a static shiv, and I feel like he wants that sweet, sweet plate gold for himself. But if he'd pathed out towards mid, they could have actually secured 6 grubs and maybe gotten gold later. But now they are first to bottom, and there's the teleport.
TP coming in as JoJo goes for the pop blossom and the dive on Meech. Ayla wants to keep him alive, but he can't do it in time. Now Quid's going to try to clean these guys up. Nice flash away from Berserker. Keeps him alive long enough. Quid still in hot pursuit, and the Foxfire cooks him. Now JoJo's got to try to kite it out, but he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. JoJo with 500 HP, but Quid's got all the mana. Another nice use of the charm, but Ayla picks up the kill. Now Blabber's coming in looking to finish these guys off. He goes after Ayla first because he knows that Quid is stuck on the wrong side of the rift. He tries to spirit rush his way back to safety, but he's fish food, baby. Quid drops. Vulcan gets the money. It's a 4-3 game for C9.
Quid is so clutch because that could have absolutely been curtains for 100 Thieves. This is a very fed Lucian who's putting the other Aphelios in the dirt thanks to JoJo's early roam. They completely one-shot him. You think after this they can get extra plates, they can get more, but because Quid is able to secure not only this kill, but then also win the duel against JoJo later and then give the kill over to Vulcan, of all people, it's massive for keeping 100 Thieves in the game.
Yeah, and we see little pockets of this, and like Quid and JoJo, we talked about how when we were prepping for this game, I remember, Clayton, you were like, mid. It's going to be all about mid. That's all we should talk about, because these two players have been, as we see that kill goes over to Vulcan, these two players have been at their like forefront of what their teams are doing. And when it comes to those hero plays and team fights, typically it is coming from Quid or it is coming from JoJo.
Which poses the interesting question, because this has been a hotly debated topic among the community so far in this split. People talking about who's the better mid laner so far in spring between Quid and JoJo. We pose the question to you now. I believe we got a poll that's about to be in a chat, or it might already be. Which one of these guys is more valuable to his team? That's a very specific question that we're asking too. It's not just who's the better laner, who's the better fighter, or whatever. It's who's more valuable to the way that their team operates and wins games.
A lot of people say River is what enables Quid to have the improvement from last split, but Quid has also made several massive individual plays. He leads the league in player of the games as well, but JoJo continues to make a big impact. And in terms of current game impact, though, it is this Lucian Nami. One quick call out. C9 is undefeated on the Lucian Nami. They were winless on the Lucian Melio, and the way this pick manifests its power is actually through things like that. You try and contest mid, you get chunked out, which now gives Cloud9 an uncontested Drake.
Exactly. As soon as I saw that culling come out, that just seems to be the textbook play of what you want to do with the Lucian after you're out of the lane, after you've hit this first item power spike. You don't even need the kill, but Meech is so low now, there's no way that 100 Thieves can try to contest this second Drake. Blabber's going to pick that one up too. It's now a 2-0 Drake count for C9.
And I also think when people talk about the scaling of Lucian Nami, and they say it's bad, I would say the scaling depends. It depends on what you're playing against, because nothing on 100 Thieves, in my opinion, is going to stop Berserker from being able to chunk someone to half health at any stage of the game if he stays ahead of the curve. There is very poor hard engage. There's no Nautilus that can hook him when he steps up to poke. So I think if he's able to keep this 50 CS gap between himself and Aphelios and keep himself accelerated, it's going to be a very good look for Berserker's Lucian.
No hard engage and no true tank. Again, your front line is the drain tank in Aatrox. If you're getting shot with 400 bullets from 1,500 units away, there's nothing to drain tank off of. We'll see how well 100 Thieves will be able to navigate these larger fights. We are 14.5 minutes into the game now. Plates have fallen. Laning phase is pretty much over, which means I'm expecting some larger fights. The Herald also hanging out in the pit. There's no Drake to contest on the other side of the map, so you're not just going to get a trade. It looks like 100 Thieves might want to do something about this.
They want to, but I don't know if they can or if they should, right? Because C9 is in a much better state to be able to take this fight. River was setting up for it initially. You can tell that they really want to make a play.
Blabber popping the clone to immediately get out of there as River jumps in with the dance of arrows, but there's Berserker's calling. Ayla loses about 1/3 HP. River has to flash over the wall. Oh no! That was not what they wanted to do! Ayla just got fast food delivered. We went into the fight, and now JoJo's already found the Pop Blossom. I think the game just ended, and it sounded like a blast cone. C9 trying to grab another one here as Sniper barely escapes back underneath the tier 1 turret. C9 gets 3 kills. C9 gets the Herald. C9 is not letting Aatrox back. They're going to save him for dessert. Sniper wants to clear this wave.
Good luck.
Objective bounties are available soon, but the only bounty they want, Sniper, baby. Fudge goes on a rampage. 8-3 for C9. 4 more kills for them at the end of this fight. That could not have been worse for 100 Thieves.
It gets even worse when you think about all 4 of those kills went to Fudge, right? So now they should have complete side lane control over this too. And as we take a look at this fight, obviously we're gonna have the Blast Cone of Doom coming up for Ayla, who definitely did not want to go into the fight there. And it's just kind of over. JoJo, I mean, even in not advantageous situations like this, JoJo's Nico Pop Blossoms have been amazing. There's the triple kill. He's gonna get the delayed quadra. River's kind of laughing about it. River seemed more excited about that play than Mithy. Mithy's like, yeah, let's go. Oh, and we're fighting again.
Oh, we're fighting, but Vulcan is dying. 100 Thieves grabbing a pick.
Okay, that reaction by River is really interesting to me.
How so?
So listen, normally I would say a team that is 10-4, called fraudulent by all of their competitors, and then is 0-1 down in the series, just had a disastrous fight. You are face-palming, you are angry, you are tilted. He still does seem relaxed, which makes me think he's going to be willing to trigger pull later in this game, and I actually think has the mindset they need to stay in it. The problem is... Fudge has 5 kills now.
I was about to say, I think the problem might be the dead Aatrox on our screen, as River also drops on the other side of the map. Fudge takes the tier 1 turret. 5,000 gold lead now for C9. They're just going to keep on pushing down the mid lane, take out that tier 1 there. That's going to balloon this up to about 6K. Yeah.
And this is what happens when Cloud9 picks 2 to 3 winning lanes and they dominate. It's what they did in the first week. It's what they failed to do throughout the middle of the split. But they are feeling, what were they saying? C9 is back?
They're back?
They definitely feel back in the first game and a half of this series.
Yeah, and there, again, you can see the dangerous... Wow, okay, chat has decreed Quid is more important to his team. We'll see if he'll be able to help kind of maybe get 100 Thieves back in the game, but I think the big thing here is now you saw it. Those 4 kills going to Fudge, no one can go up against this Jax in the side lane now. So they should be able to have side lane pressure. River has not been able to do anything for 2 straight games. JoJo is going to end up getting this turret on bot side.
The Jax is 2,700 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Like, he's got Trinity Force plus Sundered Sky. Sniper's got his Profane Hydra and some garbage longswords. Like, this is just not even comparable.
Yeah, Sniper has had a rough go. You can see River trying a last-ditch effort. Fudge would actually consider trying to turn this around, I think. The fact that he also had the Kindred show means Berserker gets to continue to play aggressive. Everyone on Cloud9 at the moment wants to go in.
And I just realized something. Oh, nice binding from JoJo there, but Quid's still safe enough under the turret to not die. When we had Sven on here, and he was talking about playing with Berserker, and Berserker always wanted to go rapid fire second on Lucian because it's his signature item. And this game, it works out great because there's no tank on the enemy team to absorb it. Berserker gets to play his signature Lucian style, and it's going great for C9.
Yeah, I mean, C9's map control in these...
Oh, Quid! Pop Blossom into the blooming blows. C9, they get the kill, and JoJo lives with the stasis. Ayla pops him there at the end to make it a 1-for-1. But C9 nearly getting a kill on River here, too. Now he's just face-checking into the Lucian. River, he'll stay alive through Lamb's respite. They throw him up in the air with a tidal wave. River gets himself back far enough to survive. Mead's still trying to fight back against these guys. Moonlight Vigil doesn't hit a damn thing. Blabber's spinning, C9's winning, and there ain't nobody on 100 Thieves gonna stop him. Holy cow, 4 dead bodies in 100 Thieves colors.
And that entire sequence was C9 ego.
Yep.
They didn't need to do that to win this game, but they wanted to do that to win this game. JoJo flashed in between turrets to get a solo kill onto Quid, knowing it would cost him his life. It did open them up to some vulnerability, but they outplayed them once again, and they just accelerate this game even more.
Well, this is what we wanted to see from C9 all year, right? Like, not just we're eking out a win because we're A-ramming against Shopify Rebellion for like a half hour. It's stuff like this, right?
Yes.
It's them being able to make these really flashy plays and get away with it. And then more analytically, I have actually really enjoyed the way that they've used their map pressure from these winning lanes.
I completely agree, and I'd say Fudge, to me, is the biggest standout in terms of denying 100 Thieves what their win conditions have been in the regular season and enabling Cloud9 to win in these playoffs, because Fudge was largely not impactful in most regular season games from Cloud9. It was kind of a JoJo check as Berserker is signaturing on River.
He nearly kills 2 of them. River is dead. Meech barely survives. Sniper stuck in a bad fight now as Blabber and JoJo are working together to burst him down. He's trying to fly away. Barely escapes the root. But Berserker, he's not done. He wants to go in. Where's that signature shot? All right, not quite enough. Not quite enough firepower, but hey, if the small arms fire won't do it, bring in the air support. The Fudge Copter's got 6 kills.
Oh god, this game is so fun. It's completely off the rails. I feel like we're getting our tryouts for being LPL casters, right?
There you go.
Every time Jad or I try to make a point, there's a fight.
Actually, I think this is what a lot of 100 Thieves scrims look like. Isn't that what we keep saying throughout the regular season? No, literally, they said sometimes we lose 17 scrims in a row, and oh, we show up on stage. But this is actually the manifestation of the things that happen to 100 Thieves if things do not go well. And it's very interesting right now, the mental that 100 Thieves is going to be in going into Game 3, because they were the 2nd seed. They did have 2 more wins than Cloud9 in the regular season, but they have just been annihilated, as LS also makes this
LS
joke.
agrees with you.
Great minds think alike.
Fabled 100 Thieves from Scrims have appeared.
But, like, look at this. This is a slaughter. This is the worst 100 Thieves loss of the entire year that we've seen on stage.
Yeah,
and it's happening in the playoffs.
This is really bad. So last game you were saying, man, this feels like probably one of the least powerful 14,000 gold leads. I mean, we're almost up to a 14,000 gold lead. How powerful is this one feeling?
Much more.
Okay.
Yeah, this feels like a very powerful 12K gold lead.
When you have a double-digit goal lead at 22 minutes, you feel invincible.
Yeah.
And I think you might as well be. Berserker kills off Meech. He has been putting the cullings in this guy for the past 5-10 minutes, and every time, Meech barely gets away. Somebody body blocks for him. Get down, Mr. President. Well, the Secret Service wasn't around this time, and Meech bites the dust. C9 pushing down mid lane. They've got the Baron. Tier 3 turret, it's just going to evaporate, man. There is no way. The Thieves will try to rally, maybe make one last defense here. C9 will take down the first inhib over in mid as they're waiting on Fudge. JoJo goes in for the engage with Pop Blossom. River barely gets the Lamb's Respite off in time to keep himself alive, but now the wave coming in over the top guarantees he drops anyway. Blabber is unstoppable, and C9 keeps the march going. They know they still got another 30 seconds before Blabber is back. Meech is back on the map, but he's a cannon minion with his hair swept in front of his eye. At this point, Aphelios does not do anything in this game state. Now C9, can they even just try to end right now? The minion wave wants to, but the rest of the team is going to choose not. They'll head back out onto the rift and need one last push to end the game.
Yeah, I thought they maybe could have pushed it to end. We'll see. I think the big thing going forward now, if we're looking at, okay, what do 100 Thieves do to regroup? The biggest quiet point, so on the flip side of Fudge doing really, really well in these first 2 games, right? Sniper has been completely quiet. This is the second time we've seen the blind pick Aatrox. He's like, the TF is out. What else is Fudge gonna play? The answer is Jax. I feel like this has not been working in terms of the way that 100 Thieves would want to play. I would not necessarily point to this draft as what has been giving them success all year.
Yeah, I mean, I think also C9 is just playing at a higher level. They're more polished, they're more focused than they have been throughout the regular split. But I think they've been utilizing Fudge's experience in counterpicking top lane. It's something that was critical in most of C9's title runs in the past with Fudge, and they're doing it to Sniper here. So I do think 100 Thieves will switch sides if they want a chance in this series. I don't think they can let Fudge have this counterpick, because it's 2 games in a row I think he's been the most impactful, as he just freely leaps into the base, and Cloud9 still has Baron somehow. 4,000 gold power play going for more.
Yeah, the Ahri's completely out of ulti opportunity now. I don't think 100 Thieves is long for this world. Inhibitor top side taken down. Double super minions in every lane now. Spawning for C9 as Berserker dashes in. Once again, just trying to flex those muscles. Pop Blossom ain't gonna find Quid. He flashes out to stay alive, but Blabber's still looking to keep these guys on the run, but they're looking to burst him down. Steric's Gauge keeps the monkey going, but the shutdown back to Meech. C9 finally get a little too hyphy and end up losing 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that kill.
Hold on. Never mind. 1-for-1. Fudge hits him with the stick. And now Sniper's got to try to get himself away from it. C9 is not willing to just let this one go. They're not going to find any lockdown there from JoJo's Nico. Now Sniper still at about half HP. He's got to be careful here. Keep your eyes on Fudge. Quid goes in for the charm. They lock down the Jax, and the shutdown goes over to Quid. 100 Thieves now looking for a little bit more, but all they're going to find is a bullet. Quid barely holds on thanks to Lamb's respite, yet again keeping these guys going, but it's still 19-7. It's still 12,500 gold, and it's still 6 super minions spawning every single time a wave generates for C9.
I mean, listen, that was really foolish of Cloud9. I think the game is completely over. If they just recall after one death, they get the Chemtech soul, they push in next, absolutely no big deal. They wanted to style on them. I think there's an outside chance that we could look back at this moment and say, wow, this is when the series turned. Very likely that this doesn't matter, but we'll see, right? 100 Thieves is they're still trying. They still got 2,000 gold to bounty in that last exchange.
Yeah, say if there's a moment, that would be the one we point to.
It would be.
I think as C9 easily lock up Chemtech Soul, probably not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Jax is also just completely, he's at 3.5 big items. Like this guy is a monster. It is almost impossible to kill him. We saw they finally did take him down in that last one, but now Sniper here on the front line yet again. Berserker with a calling. Doesn't quite have enough damage to finish him off, but River's gonna be your next target now. The Kindred's been the only thing keeping these guys alive. There's your tidal wave to guarantee it as Ayla flashes back into the fountain. JoJo with a 3-man ulti to guarantee the Thieves can't do it. C9 might have lost their mid laner, but they took out 2. They'll finish off the Nexus, and they'll move to match point.
One game away from guaranteeing themselves top 3 and moving themselves to being 1 series away from MSI. 2 back-to-back statement games by Cloud9 saying that regular season doesn't matter. 8-6, who cares? They are up 2-0 against the previously 10-4 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I can't stress enough how awesome this is to see from C9 specifically. Again, when this roster was put together, I was looking at it and I'm like, how is Blabber and JoJo going to work together? We saw that specifically in these first 2 games. I really, really like how they've been coordinating. I really, really like how involved Blabber has been just in C9's early game across. So not only does he have pushing lanes, but he's really making the most of it to track River, make sure he can't do anything, and then to be able to rotate that pressure for objectives.
All right, game number 2 is wrapped up, and it's time to remind you all, during the 2024 Spring Split, you can use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues. Entry period is from March 2 to March 24. But now, we're going to head on back to the LCS Lounge to break down game 2.
Hello and welcome back.
It's my time to shine now.
Go for it. Go for it. Get in there.
They gave me the iPad. Honestly, we also had Courage in the background there. He was like, please don't show this to me anymore. Too bad. We're going to take a look at the game again. Look at these clips. Are we actually starting with the Rift Herald play? I feel like that's cold.
We could. It's a possibility.
Let's just roll it through. All right, let's start. Here we go with the jungle ones. Honestly, though, the junglers were so big this game, both of them. 400 Thieves, even though Blabber was smurfing on them, River was still getting a lot of stuff done. He blew the flash here. He'll return later to get the kill, but Blabber, this is where he got the first blood, went bottom side after he saw River go mid. And we were talking in the pregame about how maybe Blabber is a bit more predictable than River, but I don't think so. He did a good job if we look at the mini-map here. And never mind, we'll just move on.
Get that mini-map out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it was so key that he was able to get down towards bot lane and actually impact the Lucian Nami lane. This is the first time this season I can remember where they actually put them significantly ahead. They get the early gank, then they slam it home off of what was a grub play. It was actually a full move from 100 Thieves up towards the top side to stop C9 from getting 6 grubs. Yeah. So instead of overcommitting to that fight, they left Berserker down bot side and they just rotate down towards bot. So great, you took 3 grubs. Who cares? Your Aphelios is a grub for the rest of the game. Like, this guy is useless. They dive him. Yes, there's some things here that could have improved. JoJo could have played this more slowly if Blabber had come down, you know, and I don't think he had to actually give that kill back to Quid. But the play was so good for them. It's 3 grubs for the other team not having an ADC for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Berserker just ran like a train through him. Like, not only was he 50 CS down at 15 minutes, but anytime they were trying to play through mid lane waves, Meech was getting chunked to about 20% HP, and then the incident happens.
We gotta pause it. Pause it. Hold on. What was that, River? We got a suspect over here. He just assassinated his own teammate. Now, I'm going to tell you exactly how that happens, though. He flashed, and he was trying to right-click to run away.
Yeah. He clicked
and you right-click right on the blast clone.
Get that sus out of there, Kobe.
Vulcan is going, what the hell, dude? And they all die. And that's game right there, right?
Yeah. I mean, this one was brutal. Fudge was also a monster. 2 games in a row, has been killing it. So 100 Thieves not beating the allegations, but Fudge definitely is. He had been getting a lot of flame so far this split. Some of it justified, some of it I think a little bit hyperbolic, a little bit unjustified. And back-to-back games, the Twisted Fate was nasty, the Jax was nasty, Cloud9 really looking good. These are some of, it's not just is Cloud9 back, like these are the best games they have played all split. Even their beginning games where they came out looking pretty hot, I think these are cleaner games, they're more dominant.
They're so back.
This is the kind of the fear that you had if like Cloud9 had time to prep, and they are prepping for one opponent. They've I'm sure scrimmed multiple times, and like we've talked about that. In this game, I wanted to talk about Fudge just a little bit more, because a lot of the early game snowballs happened because of, yes, Jax was dirty farming. He places a ward in the enemy blue side jungle. Then Wukong sees Kindred and takes his grubs. I mean, the Gromp. Then they take grubs off that. It feels like this team is on the same page of what they want to do off the information that they've gathered. Finally, when we have a Lucian Nami lead that's happening bot side, we're converting that into a gank, into a bot lane dive that's successful. So this is just hard for 100 Thieves to deal with.
I do have to levy some criticism towards Berserker, though. When you build 3 items that go zap, you have to commit to the 4th.
You have to commit 4.
When he built the IE instead of the Stormrazor after 3 proc items, extremely disappointed. Really should have committed to the Quadra Zap.
That's probably what they're talking about right now in the review going into the next game.
Yeah, Berserker, the laning was good.
You get more psychic damage to the enemy team if you're full zaps. And then you have to shout across the stage at him. Zap! Got you! I got you! But he was chunking people to 50% HP, just jumping in left and right. That's the dream scenario. That's why people pick Lucian Nami. You're getting all these chunks like that.
I mean, he had 3 full items when the Aphelios had a Stormrazor and a Crit Cloak. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Lil Bro could have built a death cap on Lucian.
Yeah, he could have gone full Darien.
He would have been looking good either way. Like, he was just so far ahead. This is dominance, and it has to be some kind of mental damage there to the 100 Thieves side. You feel like after getting absolutely clapped, game 1, you could be like, it's just one game.
Yeah.
We needed to change. We heard Golden Glue in the interview with Miss Chim Chim saying, we focus too much on scaling. We want to be able to fight early. We want to be able to do that. That's our strength. They go towards that in game 2, where they can have some more scrapping in the early game. They are supposed to be able to compete. You still get run over. Now it's kind of like, okay, what do you think they should even do for game 3? Because both sides of the coin kind of failed.
Yeah, I think a lot of, as we can probably just talk about the draft a little bit, because
100 Thieves are going red.
Yeah, they did choose red side for the next game, so they're going to have to change things up a bit more. And you kind of heard that nugget from Grayson, Golden Glue, when he was talking about how they wanted to play a little bit more in the early games because they were getting stomped, and that's still happening here. So I feel like the draft isn't going, sure, you can add more tools to make it so you can all in on the early game so you are not drowning. But I think the problem is more so how they're playing the game. So greatest example was literally the second replay that we showed where the Wukong going in for like a bot gank off the information of Kindred going mid. Like, if you are stacking a wave and you are vulnerable, you need the hover from your jungle. So like, at least you can start playing to hover for bot lane a little bit more, because they're the ones getting punished this series.
Yeah, I feel like that was just such a good reaction from Blabber. And like you're saying, since Kindred's on Vision, he's not going to be there, and they punish him. I feel like a number 1 on 100 Thieves list has to be, please, we got to do something about the early game. If we keep on losing early game and getting snowballed, we don't even get to play.
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to be tough, but 100 Thieves now faced with a difficult situation. They're going to have to reverse sweep if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket. We're going to be heading to game 3 here really shortly. We'll see that after the break.
Yeah, I'm ulting. Try it. Nice flash. Nice shot.
Look.
Yeah. Look here. Oh my god, Jojo puke.
Oh my god, Jojo.
Careful, it's not over. Careful, it's not over. You have B? No.
Kill them, actually.
No. Okay, good job, guys.
Oh, I'm
sorry, guys. It's okay.
Don't get overconfident, guys.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition, with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Spring 2024 LCS playoffs. It's the first series of our playoff competition, but it's not much of a series so far. I came in expecting a boxing match. Instead, I'm seeing one dude ripping on a punching bag. And the punching bag is wearing 100 Thieves colors. C9 have made them look bad in the first couple of games.
And I was very excited for this series. I still think there's a chance we have an extremely good series, but these first two games, Cloud9 has knocked 100 Thieves down twice. That's two knockdowns in the round. The round score is 10-8, 10-8. They're wildly ahead in this series, but it's still possible that 100 Thieves could come back, and it's just been so interesting to watch because the hype that 100 Thieves had off the back of their 10-4 regular season was so high, and then the trepidation around C9 was very real because of how much they struggled all the way through to week 6. But I feel like the edge that's given C9 in this series, they are just completely locked in and showing up.
So one of the biggest, most important changes coming into this third game of the series. This is the first time in this one we will get to see 100 Thieves on the red side. You guys talked a little bit about it at the end of last game, about how Cloud9 was just saving the last pick for Fudge. They were making it easy for him to run this top lane. 100 Thieves doesn't want it happening this time around.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see what they do with this red side because I was going through their games, and on their red side games, they actually don't usually counterpick for Sniper.
Yeah.
They actually They've only done it 3 times. One was the Riven that we saw in his first ever debut game to the LCS stage. Once was Jace and once was Olaf. All of the others, it was Cassante 3 times where he was just blinding Cassante, and then a Renekton pick on 4. So I think it is interesting because historically with Red side, this isn't a team like FlyQuest, right? Where you'd be like, we're saving R5 for some insane counter pick for Sniper. So I'm curious to see what they want to do with that top side as we see the bans come through and the hover of the TF come in from C9.
And I think it's just another encapsulation of how playoffs is a completely different beast than the regular season is. Because in the regular season, I think it's much easier to just hammer down power picks and play generally strong team fighting compositions and have success. But in playoffs, when you're preparing for multiple games against a team on multiple different sides and you're only preparing for one specific opponent, you can get a lot more targeted and depth of champion pool becomes a lot more important. If there is a criticism that people have levied against Sniper, it's that he's really good at his picks, and outside of his picks, he's not that strong. He even got his picks, but since it's been Aatrox twice in a row, Fudge has been able to prepare all week to go up against it and has succeeded both times.
Yeah, and the Kai'Sa coming out, we'll see where the Rel ends up going, if that's going to be River or Ayla. But Kai'Sa is really interesting. I did want to point out that Meech is the AP Kai'Sa enjoyer that we've seen in the LCS, so I'll be curious to see if he goes that specific build and what it could mean for their draft going forward for what they pick for their solo lanes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we've got the Senna and the Smolder banned away. Also, the Lucian from last game, Berserker's presence on it was impressive enough for 100 Thieves to need to ban it out. The Ahri
hovering
locked
the
in.
Vygar.
Well, just sort of being like, hey, I recognize that you guys play all this stuff, so just reminding you it all exists. What do they actually want to go for on C9? We'll see. Again, Jat, you already mentioned the Rel for 100 Thieves is a flex between jungle and support. We'll see where they ultimately want to pilot that. But the bot lane for C9, we'll have Vulcan on the Engage, on the Nautilus. Lots of people prefer seeing Vulcan on Engage champions. He will be doing that again this game next to Berserker's Varus.
Yeah. Don't sleep on Vulcan's Nami. 3-0 now.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind for the next round. That was one of the best Lucian Nami games we've seen. But as you say, Flowers, a much more standard thing for Cloud9 here. Tons of Engage. If they're able to win lanes, it gives them a lot of tools and go buttons to try and bring this one home. And that is a Yasuo.
Yeah. Well, Varus is all projectiles. Ahri is all projectiles. There's a lot of value you can get out of the wind wall. You've also got Rel immediately for some knockup setup, but that is really surprising to see. Before we even get to the second half of the bans, I'm really excited to see what else they pair with this.
Do we think there's a chance it's a flex? And they could save it top? I mean, I think Quid will probably pilot it, but I am curious to see what they do with the Yasuo in terms of, because I'm looking at this draft and on the 100 Thieves side, and I'm kind of like, theoretically, I could not know where 2 of these picks are going.
I don't think it's a flex, only because Sniper in his amateur and academy career doesn't appear to have a single Yasuo game, and we know it's an okay matchup against the Ahri, so I believe it's going to be a Quid pick. It's going to be his 13th unique champion picked already this split, so he's been an incredibly versatile player for them, and they're using this as, I think, a little bit of a Hail Mary to try and come back in the series.
Yeah, as we see, I'm curious to see what, okay, so the Jace and the Gragas coming through as potential Sniper champions. They're now banned out by C9.
And I think the Gragas is possibly even a jungle ban against River, because the old school combo was Gragas Yasuo. You just walk in the lane, throw your R, boom, wombo combo, get the kill.
Easy peasy.
Not anymore.
All right, so Jason Gragas banned out. The Wukong and the Poppy both banned away by 100 Thieves. Poppy is really good at shutting down stuff like Rel, like Yasuo. These champions are really good at dashing. But hey, you want to talk about easy setups for some knockups for Yasuo? Alistar is going to be the pick for Ayla.
It's just a Yasuo comp. You knock him up and you win.
Yup. Nothing to it. Solo queue special.
Honestly, if 100 Thieves are defaulting to this, where they're like, Quid is our best performing player, we're going to design a composition for him to succeed, I don't hate it. It's not a bad strategy.
Yeah, but what I think 100 Thieves really need to turn this series around is for Sniper to have something that can beat Fudge's Renekton. Because he has been very poor this series compared to Fudge. I think he has 1 kill, and it was at the tail end of that last game. Fudge has been completely dominant in every laning phase. He's had counterpick both times. Here's Sniper's chance with a lot of top lane bans, right? They've already gotten rid of the Olaf. They've already gotten rid of the Jace. Maybe he goes with something like Aatrox, and it's a rumble.
It's a rumble pick
for Sniper.
instead. I like the fact that they got some extra power here for this mid-game. The AoE combined with the Rel, the Rumble, Yasuo over the top. There's some serious team fighting power here.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how 100 Thieves pilot this. On the flip side, though, Xin Zhao is something that I actually think Blabber excels at. You can play it almost in a carry style while still being able to visit your lanes. I really, really have appreciated the way that C9 and Blabber specifically have been tracking River in the early game, really making sure that he can't stop them pushing ahead on the map. And then looking towards topside, I am wondering how this Rumble, if he gets push over lane, how that's going to affect the rest of the map, and see if 100 Thieves can play around that.
Yeah, the top lane in particular, both of these past couple of games. Game number 1 with the Aatrox being played at the TF, you would expect Aatrox to be shoved in that one. But even in game number 2, it was Fudge just commanding leads in the lanes. Sniper is going to have to step up here. All of 100 Thieves is going to have to step up here. But I feel like certainly the comp itself just directs your eyes where to go. It's mid lane, it's Yasuo, it's Quid. The pressure's on for the Thieves. It's a 2-0 series for their opponents right now. It's either you win or you're going to the lower bracket.
Absolutely, and going in to this final game, I think it's time to zoom out and go a little bit big picture here. Because throughout the regular season, 100 Thieves were the surprise stars. People were thinking, I was thinking, this team was going to be 6th, maybe 7th, a fringe playoff team, but they ended up being tied for first at multiple points throughout this season, yet Cloud9 was expected to run over everyone, and we might need to pause because we're going for Sniper. I think he's okay. Yet Cloud9 greatly underperformed expectations, but there was always this edge about them, wondering if they were going to be able to turn it on.
All right, and as we wait for the minions to spawn in game number 3, we're going to go ahead and toss things back down to Mrs. Chim Chim for an interview this time with Mithy.
Hey y'all, I am here with my best friend Mithy today. Now y'all have been getting a little bit of flame for the Lucian Nami, but it obviously worked for you in that last game. What about it do y'all see in it, and how is it helping y'all clutch the win?
Well, we just think they're strong champions, not always in lane, but in the mid game. So it's just something that is not as easy to execute at first. So it's just been about trying to make it work throughout the split, which it's not always been easy. But I feel like we're at a spot where we're very comfortable. So it's good.
Love that. And I saw that Berserker built Voltaic on Lucian. Now, is that something that you recommend for the players at home in solo queue, or was that a Berserker special?
I think he was just very fed, so he didn't. I mean, he was good that game as well. He didn't really have tanks, so it was a fine item. But nah, normally don't do that. Yeah.
Alrighty, thank you so much. And casters, I'm gonna send it back to you.
Always great to hear from coaches, and they're just like, yeah, actually don't do that, but it worked out fine.
But it was fine. And I'm really curious to see what happens in this third game here, because I'd say going into the series, Cloud9 had a little bit of an edge to them, since they've been underperforming and needing to stay sharp to kind of prove things were going right. Whereas possibly 100 Thieves, and this is a little bit of speculation, but they might have been a little bit satisfied after how well their split had gone and how well specifically that energy game went, where they're able to style on them with Sniper getting 4 solo kills and playing Veigar Shaco as Blapper Blascone's right in the river. But basically now, because that last game was so lopsided in the favor of Cloud9, you can get a little sloppy in this third game. They know they have some lost forgiveness here where they could drop 2 games and still win the series. But Blabber is on to River.
Yeah, the problem is Rel does not win these 1v1s. River trying to get away back to the safety of his team. Blabber marks him with the win, becomes lightning. It's first blood over to JoJo, but it gets traded 1 for 1. Both junglers fall.
buff transfer complete up to Sniper,
so.
who now has blue buff. But I think the thing that was set up by that, not only was River kind of right here hovering, trying to make something happen, but also they, again, have been doing such a really good job of tracking him. They tracked him at his own red from Fudge kind of getting in there and being able to see it. So, I mean, I think going forward, I'll be super curious to see, how this top side ends up going with now Sniper in a much better position, I'd say, than he's been in the previous 2 games. And then also what both junglers are able to do, as we see Vulcan already on a roam towards mid.
They're trying to put Quid in the dirt. Jojo has the red buff as well, which is going to allow him to push Quid even more. Getting his shield off. Vulcan, I think he's here in case there's like a jungle cover and they go for the jungler. I don't think they can actually do a dive on Quid this early in the game.
No, there's not enough damage there, especially when you consider the Yasuo's got wind wall, right?
Yeah.
It's just there's a whole lot of risk involved. Jojo's going to keep trying to push this up. Teleport's still available for both of our mid laners. Top lane, Sniper has Ignite as opposed to TP, so that's another thing we'll need to keep our eyes on as we get later into the game for how it affects the macro state of things. Fudge has already used his teleport to return to lane. So let's see how things are going to continue playing out here with both our junglers in the bottom half of the map. River's kind of just, this feels like one of those missions in an old game where you have to like sneak around and follow the NPC character, but Blabber is currently got enough backup from his team to go after the enemy support. There's your lockdown. Uh-oh, 100 Thieves. You're about to lose your support, and Berserker's about to get the money for it. Berserker grabs the kill there as Jojo survives with 100 HP back in the mid lane. It was Fudge and River both showing up, trying to make a move.
Yeah, and once again, we see a positive play for C9 met with a set play that River was trying to go, avoiding that vision, right? Trying to help out Quid. And so Quid's going to get pushed over this lane, but they are unable to get that kill onto Jojo.
Yeah, and it's looking to be a good early game for Cloud9. Once again, Blabber an early start on this Drake. The bot lane massively ahead. I'd say we've talked a lot about Fudge and Sniper, but Berserker has really shown up this series. He was very poor compared to his standards in the regular season and has been very good in this specific series. 1,000 damage per minute in the first 2 games. Almost 1,000 gold up at 14 minutes in this series early on. And again, a big lead in the 3rd game.
First 2 grubs went over to River and 100 Thieves. Nicely done from Jojo. River ends up giving it away to the 2nd part of the Spirit Orb. Jojo stops 100 Thieves from being able to have full grub control.
Let's talk about Jojo's Ahri for a bit, right? Because this was the pick when he was on Evil Geniuses, where everyone was like, Jojo can only play Ahri. Like, his team loses if he doesn't play that. Kind of a similar situation where previously this was a pick that he would hop on that had the pressure in mid, but also pressure to sides, where he can roam, he can affect objectives, and I am looking forward to seeing more of that from Jojo in the series.
Uh-oh, Sniper drops the equalizer going in after Fudge, but he doesn't realize Blabber's already waiting on him. Sniper! Oh man, he even pops the flash trying to get away there. The 100 Thieves top laner loses both summoner spells and his life. He was not ready for Blabber to be in that brush.
And Cloud9 has just been sharper. They're winning all the skirmishes. They're fractionally faster to a lot of these ganks. And these things are decided on very slim margins. Like, River was up there. He was in the river. He was just half a second slow to that fight. And the Ignite ultimate from Rumble, that power spike, is gone now. And Fudge is able to assist in another kill of Sniper.
League of Legends is not a game of seconds, it's a game of fractions of seconds.
Yes.
And just being there that little bit early is what ends up being able to make enough difference to turn that kill into a freebie. Cloud9 already up 1,500 gold at 7 minutes in. Game 3 is looking pretty similar to the first couple of games. Let's take another look at what Sniper thought he had.
Yeah, so he does not see Blabber. Oh, so the pet.
He gets him with that. It looked like he got him with that one minion, but maybe not have noticed. Could have been a spectator bug because it was for a fraction of a second. And he just goes straight in as once you flash stun with the Renekton ultimate, you're able to pick him up.
Yeah, and I think the big thing coming out of Blabber's kind of lane coverage is, again, this is a really great style to see from Blabber in terms of he is able to affect his lanes. They're doing such a good job of tracking River. River is not able to set anything up, even when they think they have the setup and they have evaded vision and they think they have the play. And like you said, C9 has just been sharper across the map, and it's paying off in not only a gold lead, but again, Blabber has also been first to that Drake every single game off of any amount of bot or mid pressure they've been able to have.
And 100 Thieves really need to get one of their solo lanes going. It's how they generated wins in the regular season. Either it would be mid-jungle or it would be mid-top. But in every game, they haven't been able to get it. And again, JoJo walks away from a gank.
It wasn't just a gank, it was a shattering strike flash attempt from River that just didn't find the target. You could see what he wanted to do, but mis-execution on the mechanical aspect means JoJo doesn't even have to spend his own flash to get away.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty
it's
good,
going
JoJo.
well for C9.
Unless you're River, then it's pretty
bad.
not.
Oh, Blabber is back up topside.
Oh boy, Sniper. Yeah, no summoner spells to get away from this one. It is pretty easy to hit that third 3-talent strike. Fudge picks it up with the Call of the Meek, and I just feel like the entire map is collapsing for 100 Thieves.
And when I think of Blabber in lanes, I really do think of him going topside, right? Like earlier, we saw it this year with the Nidalee Renekton combination, but even previously when Fudge was in his first season, as we were comparing his first season to Sniper's earlier today, that was how like Fudge would essentially stack waves, Blabber would be there, they would get ahead on topside, and that would be their in towards the early game on the top side of the map. As
Blabber and JoJo versus River and Quid. Now the problem is JoJo doesn't have a lot of mana left to work with. 100 Thieves, that might be the angle they could find here. Windwall goes down. Blabber knocked up by Quid, but that's not the target they would want to focus if they continue this. Charm again just flies out, hits the minion. 100 Thieves still with control here. Blabber sidesteps away from the potential knock-up on the Tornado. About 30 seconds until the Drake spawns. 100 Thieves would like to maintain river control, keep JoJo locked here in this lane long enough to do something about it, but JoJo's teleport is about to be up. It will be available here in, what's the timer? 15 seconds. The Drake also spawning in about the same timer, so JoJo will be able to take it back and reset. Blabber's coming in. Quid saw the angle, but Blabber saw it too, and that just makes it all too easy for C9 to make the counterplay.
JoJo and Blabber are so on point right now. They had a couple options there. They could just delay until the teleport is back up, then move in for the dragon, but they got Quid's condition bad enough that they could actually just go for another kill, and it'll make this dragon uncontestable. There has probably been, like, maybe a minute in this entire series where a single lane for 100 Thieves was consistently winning. Like, the bot lane has been pushed in the entire time. It feels like JoJo and Blabber have consistently kept Quid on the back foot, and Sniper seems like it's almost impossible for him to get a kill. So now JoJo teleports back in with items, and they go for more.
Ayla is the one getting jumped on first, but the Alistar is pretty tanky. Not tanky enough. Vulcan's got the kill here at the start. Blabber keeping alive with the ulti, but he's about to drop. Shutdown goes over to Quid, but River's on the run. Berserker's still shooting, and Fudge has made his way in from the back. The Dominus is ready to rock and roll, and Berserker takes down River. It's another fight going the way of C9. It's another follow-up kill in the back end. This game 3 is looking just like the first two.
I was looking at that order and I was like, oh, Fudge is coming in, Fudge is coming in. They didn't even seem to need him in that fight.
That's the best feeling as a team when you have extra resources that you don't even need. You could see 100 Thieves just need something to happen, so they go in for the Yasuo ultimate, but with the timing of running back from base, they've already lost Ayla, and Berserker is untouched. Lethal Tempo Varus hitting the entire time, and Fudge, the only contribution he makes to this fight is this final stun onto Quid after the charm has landed. So what is that goal lead now? 4,000 at 12 minutes. The early games have been absolutely disastrous for 100 Thieves, and Cloud9 has won every skirmish.
Look, man, I don't mean to be a downer here, but I don't even know what you do as 100 Thieves to try to come back from this much of an avalanche early yet again. It feels like you're relying on a C9 mistake. They will grab that Drake, so at least C9 won't be stacking towards the soul for free this time.
Yeah, and that actually is pretty important because they do stop that super fast Drake stacking that C9 has had in both series, being able to get that off of kind of the reset that happened after the previous fight. It's still not looking great.
No, definitely not. And 100 Thieves, if they do lose this series, again, are not eliminated from playoffs. It will just knock them down into the losers bracket. They will then play on the weekend, so they'll have a short amount of recovery time before their next series. If Cloud9 wins, they would have their next game next week in the winners bracket final.
Look how unafraid Blabber is. He's just like, yeah.
He's so strong.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I can deal with whatever you guys
You're going to
dish
duel
out.
the Knight's Vow dude with your Sundered Sky any day of the week.
Oh, absolutely. And then the only champion that can do meaningful damage to you is the guy that can be most likely shooting you from outside your ulti range, so you just disengage and walk away anyway. I mean, if you die to Alistar and Rel both punching you for 40 damage 1 time per second in the face, you've probably got bigger problems, and I don't think C9 have those kinds of problems right now.
I gotta ask, though, where has this Berserker been? Where has this Fudge been?
He was scaling up. Fudge is in some trouble. Sniper going after him, but JoJo's right there. That is so heartbreaking for Sniper, but it feels so good for Fudge and for JoJo.
And this is exactly what JoJo's Ahri can do, right? He set up that roam, was already pathing topside when they realized that they might be able to get that kill, or that Fudge might be in trouble from Sniper being able to ult and possibly solo kill him. So again, like, this is something that JoJo has made abundantly clear he wants to work on as a player. Just get better about seeing the map, about being a kind of in-game leader for his team, not only through like actual shot calling, but through plays on champions like Ahri, where you can just affect solo lanes as we go in on bot side.
3-man dive on Berserker. That time they've got enough to get it done. Meech gets the kill. Critically, 100 Thieves getting some money on a carry.
Okay, really, really big, because he was heavily down. The Kai'Sa needs to be strong enough to basically one-shot backline. Like, that's how this composition is going to work for 100 Thieves. They'll get a Rel or an Alistar knock-up, then the Yasuo suspends, the Kai'Sa ults in, and they get the one-shot. So getting that bounty, actually really, really important. It's probably not enough, but it's nice to see 100 Thieves still fighting.
Yeah, and I mean, that has kind of been a hallmark of this team, right? Like, we talked about how the last time they faced C9 in regular season, it was almost a loss for them. They had a lead, they gave up a pentakill to Berserker Zeri, and then it came down to a very important team fight where they were able to lock down JoJo's Akali with the Vi. So I do appreciate, again, this is a very young team. They're very fun in terms of, we've talked about their combined kills per minute. We've seen that today. Most of those kills have been on C9 side, but we've seen a lot of bloodiness, a lot of fighting. They are very willing to fight. Maybe not necessarily when they should at times. Maybe they don't have itemization or their comp isn't online yet, but I do really appreciate that about this team, because they will continue to look for flips. They will try to look for windows where they can make picks or get team fight wins.
He's dead.
Yeah.
Fudge wants this one, and Sniper does not. He'll try to walk away from it, but no. Dude, he's just going to die to the Renekton Sunfire Cape ulti.
2017 Samsung? What's the significance there? Chat? I want chat needs to tell us, but there's something to it. I just don't know what it is that his little Zoomer brain has, because he was 10 when that team won.
Zoomer brain.
He was 10 when he spammed that when that icon was made.
Oh my gosh.
How do we know he'll even remember? I don't remember anything from when I was 10. That part of my mind just doesn't work.
So like Core JJ won that world championship.
Okay.
There's some connection. That's for the future, but that was straight.
All right. Maybe we'll figure it out. JoJo lands a charm on Quid, takes half his HP as JoJo and Blabber try to get away, but the Wombo combo comes down on Blabber. He uses the ulti to stay alive. Nicely done. Blabber's still getting away. The power of Zinjal's defensive ulti, and now 100 Thieves trying to get Ayla and River out of the fight, but it ain't gonna work. Fudge goes on a rampage, and Ayla goes down, making it 3-0 for C9. They thought that Blabber was trapped with them, but they were trapped with Blabber. 8,000 gold lead 17 minutes in.
Just an absolute shellacking that Cloud9 is putting on to 100 Thieves. This is their statement series for how questionable their regular season has been. People had been flaming them for picking winning lanes and not being able to convert to victory. But these 3 games have probably been the 3 best games they have played as a 5-man unit. Watching this one more time, Blabber is flexing his golden item advantage. It starts 2v3, but ends completely in the favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, and it looks kind of good, right? Because you're like, oh, they're getting a little bit of damage on them. The Rel engage comes off. We're like, okay, maybe we have Blabber locked down. Nope. And then here comes, once again, Renekton TPing across the fight. Fudge can just absolutely go through and chew at their backline. They have no answers for him or Blabber right now.
And I really love the way that Blabber plays it because he uses his audacious charge after he pops the ulti to get far enough away from Quid that Quid can't chase. So now it's just two meatballs and Meech. Then he flashes away from Meech. All that's left is two meatballs. Blabber does not care about either of these guys. It ends up working out beautifully. And now he's just stealing away more chickens. The man is running the map. 8,500 gold lead, 2 Drakes to 1. The grubs don't really matter that much. It's 3 grubs, that doesn't really matter. But man, what an absolute show of dominance from C9 in this game thus far. 4-0-6 for JoJo's Ahri, 4-0-3 for Fudge's Renekton. Jet, you were bringing up previously in the series how the solo lanes have got to step up for 100 Thieves because that's how they found wins. Right now it's a 1-2-1 Yasuo, a 1-4-0 Rumble. That is not the recipe for success.
Yeah, absolutely not. When we were scouting this series out, we're thinking, how can it break? Mid, because Quid's an MVP candidate. A lot of people think JoJo's the most important player on Cloud9. What's happened there? Blabber and JoJo have won by a landslide, but I think the things that have made this series so one-sided is the fact that Fudge has also completely outclassed Sniper, and Berserker has been him. Right? Berserker has not been him in the regular season. My opinion, he's not going to make first, second, or third team All-Pro. He might, but his actual performance in the split was not that strong. However, the quality of player he is, people still don't necessarily doubt that, and he is absolutely turning it on this series.
So you'd say in the series, he's much closer to the Faker side of that graphic than the Raz
From
side.
last week, yeah, but it's more about he's just, like, he has presence in this series. He's consistently pushed up. He's staying safe. He's being the one to deal the first bit of damage in the team fight. Even going back to game 1 with Senna, way better soul stacking. Huge chunk damage in the mid game. The Lucian Nami game, signature. Builds whatever he wants to do, rapid fire cannons them in the mid lane. And then here with Varus, yes, he has that one death, the one misstep, but overall they dominate the lane, they kill the turrets. He's gonna be that ticking time bomb of auto attack damage Varus at the end of the game. Everything is just clicking for Cloud9 here.
For me, it's about how they've translated that to objectives, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about how Blabber is at Drake almost at spawn off of that bot side pressure that Berserker and Vulcan are generating. Even earlier in this game, we saw Vulcan going for those super early roams, understanding roam timers off of what they can do from bot side pressure. And I think if there's something that impresses me way more about this C9 team, it isn't necessarily an individual performance, but it's how they're translating their actual advantages to objectives and really stifling anything that 100 Thieves wants to do around the map.
And I like that you were bringing up objectives and playing around the map, because now we're getting to the point of the game where since this Rumble Ignite didn't work out, it's going to be a big disadvantage going forward, not having that teleport for the side of 100 Thieves. JoJo's still dashing around here with a Spirit Rush, looking for any kind of an angle.
He really
There's the
wants
charm, finds Sniper, quick chunk of damage, but nothing they want to commit to just yet. It's an NA ram, boys. All 5 mid, both sides. Let's see how it rolls. Fudge is walking down towards the bottom lane, and this is what I'm talking about. C9 can afford to do that because they have the extra TP. Then if a fight breaks out back up here, boom, Fudge can rejoin while applying pressure to bottom at the same time.
I really feel like 100 Thieves is just hoping that something weird happens because they are down 9,000 gold and they need a one-shot to start this fight.
Well, the equalizer, unfortunately, was a little weird. It doesn't find a whole lot of success there. Just zones Cloud9 over to a part of the map they already felt safe on anyway, since they knew that 100 Thieves weren't setting up any kind of a flank in that bottom side river. Fudge already has the tier 2 turret down in the bottom lane, so another victory going the way of C9 as Blabber pushes up yet again, invading for the red, but Vulcan and JoJo are also nearby. They've got a ward that forces 100 Thieves all the way back out of their jungle.
Yeah, what a show of dominance from C9, right? Like, Fudge is just taking towers bot side. He's now TPing top, gonna push out that top side wave as well. And like you said, this TP advantage gives them absolute side lane control as well. They were reading those Reddit comments where they're like, I don't think C9 knows what a side lane is. Well, guess what? They learned, and they've been showcasing that prowess over side lanes in not only this game, but the rest of the series as well.
And I think this is going to make the rest of playoffs even more interesting. Like, Cloud9 was so lackluster during the regular season, but this is, with this, I'm going to say with this series win, if they close out this game, it's more of a statement than just a win, right? These have been 3 incredibly dominant games for Cloud9. Now, whether or not they can sustain this, since, like, literally, this is 1 day of data. We have like 6 weeks of regular season data where they weren't this. So this isn't necessarily like, oh yeah, they did the series. This is always going to be them. That's Cope. They need to have a way of showcasing this level of performance as they move throughout playoffs. Then they'd be able to get that championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Nick Jersey?
Oh, Meech. Oh, nicely done there with the charm. He flashes back in to finish him off with the Foxfire. JoJo just knows how to pilot this champion the right way, man. 5-0-6 on the Ahri. 11 out of 15 kill participation, tied with his own jungler for highest KP on the team. And now with the Baron buff, with the 5v4 advantage for the next 20 seconds, C9, I'd say they're knocking on the door, but they'll just kick the damn thing in. 100 Thieves can't say anything about it. This first inhibitor likely to fall with no contest. The minion waves aren't in a spot just yet to translate that pressure to the sides, but Fudge is quickly working to remedy that. He'll knock down the remaining tier 2 turret up there in the top lane. It is a 7-0 turret count this game.
I'm kind of curious, how many turrets have 100 Thieves gotten this entire series?
We can check the stats on that. I'm gonna guess it's about 2.
Yeah.
The first game, maybe 3, because the first game was definitely the closest, and then they have been increasingly more Cloud9 favored. I'm also curious to check the stats afterwards, how many solo kills Cloud9 have.
Well,
this one won't count as a solo kill, but it sure feels like one.
That one's not quite a solo kill, but just the extra little bit of lockdown from Vulcan makes it easy for JoJo to get that extra kill. Now, Sniper dead for 30 seconds. 100 Thieves still trying to defend. JoJo might be ready to recall here, but Ayla goes in for the flash. Pulverize. 100 Thieves looking to make their move. Finally, they need the burst. They got Berserker. Vulcan still staying alive somehow, but Fudge is in the back, and Meech is already dead. 100 Thieves, that was their last best shot, and they didn't shoot straight enough. Blabber still looking to chase down Quinn with the wind becomes lightning as River runs from JoJo. I like the fact that they went for it, but they just were too far behind. C9 comes out into the playoffs and makes a statement. The statement being they're ready to play. 100 Thieves doing everything they can, trying to hold on at the very end, but C9 makes quick work of them. They don't even need to pad the stats. They'll take down the Thieves 3-0.
And this is the C9 we've been waiting to see. Again, Blabber's jungle control. Blabber and JoJo working together as this formidable mid-jungle duo. Them making the most off their bot side pressure with Berserker. Like, this was so amazing to see from this team, and it blows playoffs wide open.
When Jack assembled this roster and saw that he had 3 different players that won MVPs and had 13 individual LCS titles between the players, these are the performances he was hoping to see. They have been absent until today, but I am willing to say that Cloud9 is in fact back.
They sure looked like it, man. And I like you guys already talked about it. This wasn't just, oh yeah, they 3-0'd them. This was, damn, they 3-0'd them.
Yeah. And for 100 Thieves, you can see they're a little bit shell-shocked. They can't help but smile a little bit because they just got welcomed to the playoffs. They need to recover and get back to what brought them to second place in the first place later this weekend, where they have been knocked down to the lower bracket now and will be facing elimination.
That's the thing, right? You do get the second life, but only a second life. There is no third. For 100 Thieves now, they'll be fighting to stay in playoffs for the rest of the competition. For Cloud9, chat, you mentioned it really quickly earlier. They're now 1 series away from going to MSI.
Yep.
Yeah. Just like that.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Just
By the
like
way,
that.
For as bad as they were in the regular season, like, they were still 3rd place. Yeah, like...
Well, it feels bad compared to what everybody's expectations were, where they just run the entire league. There's been so much parity. There's been so much craziness in the regular season that for Cloud9 to now come into playoffs, show that kind of strength, that dominance that we were expecting, I think that 100 Thieves aren't the only ones with a little bit of whiplash.
Yeah, I mean, it's expectations, but it's also like actual execution, right? Because we saw, I know people have been hypercritical of C9's drafts. They've been hypercritical of the Lucian Nami, which is something we've seen work in other regions, but in NA, no one's really been able to pilot it well until, I would say, today. Like, even C9's other Lucian Nami performances were not as dominating and as like prescient as this one. So I think it's not just that, oh, this is a super team, we expected more from them. This is such a statement 3-0 victory where they had complete control over every single game.
Really impressive stuff from C9 to kick off our playoffs. And a reminder, Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, so make sure to lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. And now we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break it all down.
Hey, y'all, let's make some noise for C9. Congratulations on y'all's win. Now, I have with me the burn book of LCS, which means that every LCS player gets to write some trash talk after a little win. So, first and foremost, we're gonna look at y'all's pages.
What's happening here? Oh no.
And I wanna hear what y'all have to say. Okay, so Fudge, for you, we've got Fudge non-factor. Do you have anything to say to that?
I mean, I can understand why people were saying that. My performance in the regular season was not so good, but nowadays I don't think people will be saying that. So
you kind of ate today. I'm not gonna lie.
I ate.
Yeah, you ate. And Berserker for you. What I want to point out is Timu Gumayushi. What do you have?
What's Timu?
Like
Timu is
off-brand, like
a bad
Gumayushi?
Yeah, basically, basically.
But you know, regular season it doesn't matter. You know, only like playoff is matter. So I don't care.
Oh, period. Absolutely. So now I'm gonna need y'all to put something in here for your opponents today. Fudge, can you do the honors of writing something? Do you have the marker?
Oh, here we go.
Beautiful. Can you write
Fudge.
something for Sniper today? How did you feel about his performance?
See my handwriting.
Not fraud. Oh my gosh. So is it confirmed they're frauds?
I think 100 Thieves are most definitely frauds after this series. I think everyone can see it. I think TL and FlyQuest are definitely better, and it's going to be proven in playoffs.
Period. And so now I just need you to write something for Meech.
Meech. How is Meech Berserker this series?
Who is him?
Who is he? Oh my gosh. Well, I guess that wraps it up, y'all. This is a chapter closed. C9 has taken on 100 Thieves and bested them, and I guess they're frauds.
Frauds.
Well, thank you so much, and I'm going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Miss Chim Chim. Cloud9 are back, and so is Vulcan.
Back again!
You win some games, so now you get to be happy.
The high school bully.
I think it's the first time this year that I get to be here or have an interview.
Get to be happy?
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
The real question is, how long are you going to be back for this time?
Yeah.
All of playoffs?
It's been Cloud9 are back. Oh, it's doomed.
Well, we
It's
have two
over.
lives.
We're
We
back.
have two lives, right? Like we're in the upper bracket, so we might just mess around and go down there to see what happens.
Just check out the lower bracket.
Yeah, see how it is over there.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
How does it feel, though, coming off this series? Because obviously you've had a really good LCS career, but let's be honest, last year was not what you expected. With FlyQuest, there was crazy expectations there. That didn't really work out. So I know obviously you guys will be getting attacked for that. You're going to be getting flamed for that. Then you come to the Cloud9 super team. Everyone's like, all right, with this roster, you win the championship or nothing, basically, right? The expectations are sky high. And the season hadn't been going how you wanted. You guys had a rough couple of weeks there. So how does it feel now to maybe be like a little bit vindicated, and be able to showcase what you guys have been working on stage?
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I'd say that my team was absolutely smurfing today. And I still think that individually, like there's a lot of moments where I should hit the free skill shot and it flies past the champion for no reason. I'm cringing at myself so hard.
Someone in the stands with the Nami bubble?
Yeah, I was hitting the crowd. I think they got scared. I think they left the first row because they didn't want to get hit anymore. So yeah, I mean, I still have like some work to do to find myself again. I feel like I'm in a bit of a slump, but it feels good that like my team was smurfing so hard and I was doing my job, and even though I had those mistakes, I feel like I was still participating in the game and making sure that we're aligned and doing the correct thing in the game and snowballing and stuff. So it feels good to have C9 be back, yeah.
And it felt like the best games you've had this split as a team. My question is, like, after the break, you guys felt like a lot more succinct, on the same page. What did it take for you guys to actually find that?
Well, I guess like the people call it like wake-up calls when you lose on stage, right? And you have these disgusting games that we had. Just know that they happen twice as much in scrims too. So like it happens a lot. We get a lot of wake-up calls every day.
Loses improve, and you're improving a lot.
We're improving a lot, yeah, a lot. So yeah, I mean, just the wake-up calls. I think we have a good coaching staff behind us that pushes us and calls us out when when we do bad things. And I see a bit of people talking online about how Mithy is a terrible coach, but I think he's probably the best coach I've ever worked with. And I think it's very unfair when people criticize Mithy when they don't even know exactly what he brings to the team, right?
Talk to us about draft then, because I know this is something that I think there's a misconception with fans where fans think the coaches always drive the fully draft. How does it work in Cloud9? Is it mostly Mithy driven? Is it like you and him and the players and coach talking back and forth? Is it mostly player driven?
It's definitely a collaboration. We'll sit there on the couch before game day, have a draft meeting for 1 hour plus, and we'll just try and figure out what we want to play, like look at what happened in scrims, what works best for us. And yeah, if there's like a disagreement, generally Mithy will be the person with the last say. Like if the conversation goes on, we can't find a middle ground or an understanding, then Mithy will be the one to decide. But otherwise, no, like drafts are always very, very influenced by players, both because of picks they can play and what their vibes, what they want to play, what they're feeling. So,
what do you feel like Mithy does better than other coaches? Because he is a former player, but now we have a lot of like former player coaches.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's the fact that he's a former player. Also, for me, it helps that he was a support, right? Because sometimes he has like these little bits of maybe a matchup or stuff in the game that I could have done better because he's been there before. And I also think that he's pretty smart, or like compared to your average esports or League of Legends person, he's pretty smart emotionally. So he's able to like read the room and
everyone in esports is a genius. Yeah. So like he's even
really good. That's what I meant. Yes.
Yeah. So he's like Albert Einstein of the modern age.
Exactly.
Yeah. Be careful.
Emotional intelligence off the charts.
Better watch yourself, or we'll start some more flame. Player of the series for this one is Fudge.
Boom.
Fudge was going crazy in this one in the top lane. I don't know how much you guys watched all the stage games from Sniper in the regular season, but Sniper got 7 solo kills on stage last week. He was obviously coming really hot into this series, and Fudge was pretty incredible.
Yeah, and I saw Sniper popping off, but today, I mean, there was nothing much going on.
There was not much popping
I'm pretty sure Fudge made them choose red side. And they're like, well, please, we have to do something about
they
about
want
this
to
matchup. Yeah. Actually, I want to ask, or sorry, go ahead, Raz.
I was going to ask about like the Twisted Fate pick a little bit, because at least after the break, we started to see like Renekton get picked, a little bit more carries in the top side of the map, and like Blabber start to play towards top side. What has been the shift in general? Because at least the expectation with Cloud9 is like Blabber's pathing towards bot lane, like that he's going to be helping you guys a little bit more. Has there been that change in how you guys talked about incorporating top lane?
A little bit, yeah, because we've noticed how some of our drafts, we weren't playing through a lane. Like we were drafting in a way where we don't have probably top, we don't have probably bottom. It's very hard for Blabber to jungle when that happens. So we've been going, like when we're red side, generally we'll try to get Fudge in a comfortable matchup where he can push his lane, or if we don't need it because we have Prio in other lanes, then maybe he'll pick something more for comp. But there's definitely these cases like this TF game, which we've been practicing for a pretty long time. I think it's the first time we've pulled it off.
Yeah.
But we were practicing it for a long time, and yeah, I mean, we trust Fudge to be able to perform. Like that TF game was super easy to play for him. It doesn't have threat for him. He just walks up, gold card, and obviously he played very well in lane. So
yeah. Blabber was smurfing this game too, getting so much pressure.
Yeah, Blabber played a really good series. Now we have the bracket. Obviously, you guys won today, so you're going to be in the winners bracket moving up. Tomorrow we have FlyQuest versus TL. Who do you think is going to win, and who would you rather play? Like if you could actually pick today.
That's a pretty tough one. Yeah, I mean, from scrims, I would say that TL wins, but like the past, TL always performs better in scrims than they do on stage. So maybe FlyQuest does pull through. And maybe I would rather also play them because I think TL Ballin is actually probably the best in the league, even though they have pretty, well, not that great of a regular season. I think they're, at least in scrims, I mean, the same thing again, but like,
yeah. All right, so if TL are number 1, where does FlyQuest bottom lane rank?
Well, they're good in the sense that they'll play. I don't know. They're good in the sense that they're willing to play, especially Busio, he's willing to play like a lot of different things, so it can be annoying to draft against. But I think because of their lack of experience, it's pretty comfortable to play on stage against them because they won't push, or maybe they won't play out the situations that they find themselves in the best way possible. So on stage, I'm pretty confident going against them.
It's interesting that you say that you feel like the bot lane is the best in the league from Team Liquid side because they get a lot of criticism, at least Jan in particular. What do you see within that Team Liquid bot lane that sets them apart from the rest of the teams?
I think when they're at a winning matchup, they're really good at like pushing it to the limit and making it very hard, like forcing you to not make a mistake, otherwise you'll be very punished. And I mean, CoreJJ, right? He's obviously a super smart player. And yeah, I think they just push their advantages very well.
Nice.
All right, well, FlyQuest is playing tomorrow, and if you are in the studio tomorrow, FlyQuest says if you find Basil Leaf, you could get a necklace. They're giving out some FlyQuest necklaces, so you could be a lucky recipient of that if you're here tomorrow. But that is going to be it for us. Thank you so much, Vulcan, for joining. Congrats again on the big win, 3-0 for Cloud9. They crushed it, but we will be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, for Fly versus TL. Now let's send it over to Palafox's stream. See you there.
Welcome to the LCS playoffs. It's time to kick things off here on this lovely Thursday afternoon with the upper bracket. C9 going against 100 Thieves. Both junglers hanging around. Nice seismic shove coming out, and Quinn is dead. It's first blood over to JoJo.
Go for the 1v1, like even sacrificing his lane at times to be able to
Quid?
I think he's dead.
Oh!
Yep.
JoJo Pune with the solo kill in mid lane. Despair on Fudge. Quid still getting jumped on though. He's trying to get away. He escapes and just barely survives thanks to Ayla and the shield. Mob comes in over the top, but Sniper's already in the dirt. River tries to flash over the wall. Crescent Guard to knock a target back away. Fudge is still going to just kite him out, and Vulcan gets the kill. C9 pick up 2.
Wow, this is Senna.
Nice shot, guys. Hey, hit the tower. We need to dying. Berserker.
Bro, Berserker, not again, please.
We need to peel our minions. Guys, let's end the game. Get the minions in. Hit.
Yeah, we got it.
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys.
2 more, guys.
Light Vigil doesn't hit a damn thing. Blabber's spinning. C9's winning. And there ain't nobody on 100 Thieves gonna stop him. Holy cow. 4 dead bodies in 100 Thieves colors.
And that entire sequence was C9 ego. They didn't need to do that to win this game, but they wanted to do that to win this game.
Nice flash. Nice shot.
Look.
Yeah. Look here. Oh my god, JoJo Pune.
Oh my god, JoJo.
Okay, but not over. Okay, but not over. Okay, good job, guys.
Oh,
guys. It's okay.
Don't get overconfident, guys.
Now JoJo teleports back in with items and they go for more.
Ayla is the one getting jumped on first, but the Alistar's pretty tanky. Not tanky enough. Vulcan's got the kill here at the start. Blabber keeping alive with the ulti, but he's about to drop. Shutdown goes over to Quid, but River's on the run. Berserker's still shooting, and Fudge has made his way in from the back. The Dominus is ready to rock and roll, and Berserker takes down River. C9 comes out into the playoffs and makes a statement. The statement being, they're ready to play.
Wait, just kill him,
Yeah, kill him. Nice, C9 is back. Good job, guys.
C9 is so good, guys.
Clean win, boys.